Hello, hello. Hopefully everyone can hear me well. Hello to Epic, to Shay, hello to Ben, and hello to my sister party, our beloved mod. Oh, greetings, Ben. I'm trying a new thing today, chat. I'm trying a new set of headphones, and I'm also trying, this sounds really stupid. I turned my microphone around. Hoping that maybe the sound will be better if I turn it around. That rustling does not sound like a Joey. No, it sounds like a Tim Horton. No, it sounds like a McDonald's bag holding McDonald's cookies. How's everyone doing? Yeah, Shay. I'm playing some Winter in Skyrim. I didn't realize Canadians had baked the same way Minnesotans did. Yes, and Racken, I have a story for you. I was minding my own business doing a recording for a Chinese side hustle that I had under the table. And I was one of their staple voices. But the men would come and go. And one day I got a guy who sat down with me and we did a bunch of voice work together. And every now and then, one of the women would emerge to tell me to say bag or bag instead of bag. And it really pissed me off, but I was getting paid, so I would try my best. Eventually, he turned to me during one of our breaks and he asked me, "Hey, are you from Canada or Minnesota?" And I said, Canada, like Southern Ontario. And he said that he had a degree in linguistics and that there was this weird intersection of Swedish and Scottish that resulted in a very specific way of saying the word bag or flag, in that I had that intonation. So there you go. Something that chat has now learned. Just bog. That's how I would say that. That also explains why they pronounce New Prague or Prague. New Prague. Wrong too. Isn't it Prague or is it Prague? I thought it was Prague. But remember, like it's in Canada, things are a bit weird. Okay, I'm glad that my mic sounds okay today. That's good. Chieko selling Chinese drugs. Yeah, Ben. Selling weed. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. New Prague. New Prague. I feel like New Prague. It was Prague in college here. Yeah, I thought it was Prague. Bog. About. Or about. Yeah. The Canadian and Minnesotans have this thing. Canna soda. A boot. A boot. Like Ben should talk with his New Zealand / Aussie accent. I hope everyone is doing well tonight. So it looks like Epic is doing very well, doing his best to stay productive both on the computer and with yard work. I hope your creative projects are going well, Epic. I think you said you were editing a D&D homebrew rule supplement. So that sounds exciting. Minnesotans say Prague. Yeah, I've heard that before as well in Racken. I think the only reason why I know to say like Prague is because I watched some European documentaries, but that's all that saved me. I'm guessing Ben is in V Rising. I'm just gonna guess here. Yeah, he is. And Party is playing something. Never heard of this, but this is what Party is playing. Party is playing something called Until Then, which is an unforgettable Filipino journey. Ben is making nonsense. It looks good. The one picture that you sent looked really good. Oh, hey, Jonathan. Long time no see. It went on sale. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, everyone brace yourselves. Black Friday is coming around. Oh, the G-Post helper was called into service. Invading the realms of Cthulhu, a Navy trip. Oh, wow. Chieko plushie. Oh, could everyone imagine a little weird Chieko plushie that you can squeeze when you're stressed out? A game about my people? Interesting. Jonathan, are you Filipino? The unimpressed Chieko plushie? Could you imagine? Comes with a bonus McD cookie. Comes with a bonus Joe Louis. Go away. Could you imagine? Yeah, Filipino Irish. Wow, that is a combo, Jonathan. I worked with Filipinos. They were amazing people. Lovely, lovely people. They had the most amazing food. And they were so hardworking. I loved working with them. And they also could tell time. A lot of the uneducated white girls couldn't tell time with the clock. They legally could not tell me when they left, so it's like, sigh, I found out a week and a half after he's to his mom. Oh, wow. That's insane, Epic. Oh, yay. Jake Skywalker. Better than a questionable Chieko mousepad. Could you imagine? Maybe one day I'll make Chieko merch. And it will just be like really deadpan stuff. I don't know. So we have Epic working away. We have Ben slaving away, I can only assume. What is Shay and Racken, Jonathan? Well, we know what Party is doing. Chico's avatar inadvertently becomes a popular t-shirt with teens who think it reflects their state of mind. Yeah, no kidding. I'm grumpy all the time. I'm blue. Yabba dee yabba die. It actually happened to me, Epic, with a fan who was really into my writing. So we actually made friends on Facebook. I was overseas in China when they stopped posting, and it turned out that on their way home one night from work, they were hit by a bus in Portland. Or was it Seattle? I forget. And their life was turned upside down. They somehow survived, but it was so damaging to their brain and their body, they could never be the same again. And they ended up going to a nunnery. So, yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. I don't know why I'm laughing. It's probably my lack of emotional intelligence. Wait, Jonathan is at work? Wow. Sag. And Racken is painting. And then gonna play a video game. And Racken, what are you painting? Number 1. Number 2, what video game? Shay just finished dinner. Got some Etsy listing wording to work on. And then some WoW, I'm sure. I appreciate your WoW avatar's far less distracting than Kershey's. Now I have to see. Let's see this. Oh, I mean, she's cute. We're just gonna mute this. I mean, dem titties. Oh my lord, that jiggle. Party, what do you think on... Just a miniature? I can't paint. I can't paint 2D. Okay, that's still cool. Is it like a one of those RTS type miniature things, like Warhammer 40K type miniature or D&D miniature? The bounce. I can't look away. Okay, look, I actually like her face. She has really, really, really nice animation on that. Obviously, I have hand done mine, so mine is ghetto AF, and I'm pretty sure the settings are shit. She knows what she's doing. She's a professional. How many water balloons does it have in there? Yeah, there's no muscle in there. There's no muscle, no fat ducts, no mammary glands. That's just water balloon. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, my boobs on my avatar are fairly unreal. Let's be real. But they don't jiggle as much because I failed. 100% min-max titties. The mini is for a game called Infinity by Corvus Belly. Oh. I've never heard of that in Racken. Yeah, I'm not going to play her stuff just because I you know. That's not what I want to focus on tonight, but yeah. She has a very nice avatar. But I could see how she's like that bounces a little. If I ever get mine professionally rigged, I'll be like, please lower the bounce. Just have 80% bounce, please. Thank you. Ben, did you see it? Ben? What do you want to focus on? Okay, good question. Good question. So, as everyone knows, tomorrow is Monday for me. I'm sure it's going to be Monday for a bunch of everyone. So that means work tomorrow. And I believe I have 3 classes on Monday night. So homework, writing, lesson prepping. Busy day tomorrow. I'm not going to go super late tonight in terms of reactions. We're going to react to a couple things. If I stay a bit later on, I'll probably be playing something. Ben is a straight man, okay? If there's anything that we can rely on, it is for Ben to know where all the booba is. But Ben, apparently, according to Inrakin, she streams about DEI shenanigans. So Ben, she might even say things that you really like. But I don't know. Maybe. She says here, meritocracy in danger? She's talking about Sweet Baby Ink here, so I don't know where she is on this debate. But, yeah. So you can check her out, Ben. Let us know how she is. But anyway, I updated my battle.net thing. So after playing a couple videos, I might see about like hopping into a game or something. I think she collabed with It's a Gundam. She's against it. Yeah, she's not a fan of it. Oh, interesting. I love It's a Gundam. It's a Gundam is like one of my faves. There are some things that I like to watch around Christmas time because it gives me a Christmas feel. One of them is Internet Historians No Man's Sky coverage. And another one is It's a Gundam going through the trash fire that was Anthem. You would put that much bounce on their screen and be for it? I don't know. Does Canada celebrate daylight savings? Yes. Yes, we do. I don't know if I would use the word celebrate, but we definitely follow it. Filipino and Irish and allergic to alcohol. Oh. That's interesting. I mean, that is a typical Irish thing, isn't it? LOL. So cool. So Jonathan is, in fact, a raging Irish Filipino person. That is so cool. Yeah, Anthem, right, Ben? I bet most of us don't remember. So, yeah. Yeah. I am working on a video. I'm working on this, which is talking about Veilguard and looking at Luke Stevens' comments on it and Greg Owen talking about the Acolyte So what is the connection between Greg Owens, Luke Stevens, Asmongold, Skill Up? And then I have a bunch of stuff from different Dragon Age things that I'm looking at. You really didn't like it? Interesting, Epic. Was it just really dull, Epic? There was like no story? What really got to you about Anthem? I'm curious. Fail guard. White dudes? Yeah, there's that too, Jonathan. There's that too. Yeah. So I'm working on that. I just did a recording for it. But now that I said that, I don't actually see it anywhere, which has me a little worried. Where did it go? Oh, it's over here. Wrong one. I have two things on Veilguard, actually. I also have this NFT. I'm making this NFT here. If we consider gameplay being the control and operation of the character and game modes as the content, that the gameplay and the game modes did not match. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, Ben, if you ever listened to the It's a Gundam covering it was very interesting because he was just reading through Jason Schreier stuff and just responding to it, and it was great. Gameplay says fly around and be Iron Man. To do the actual mission, stay on the ground. Oh, that seems fundamental. That seems fundamental. Yeah, that seems like a fundamental error, Epic. For real. Yeah. So I am working on things. I'm trying to survive. I'm trying to survive the revisions, which are coming along, by the way. I'm about halfway done. But last week was rough for me. I've not been feeling particularly well, and also, yeah, just struggling with energy levels. Hanlo friends? Hanlo friends. I think Wooly has descended into... we already talked about it, party. It's just the female cycle. If you want another laugh. Oh, yeah, Ben. I used to watch them when they were together. Some of the best dynamics between the two. You feel the conflicting ideas? I could go on. Yeah. It sounds really sad, Epic. I'm not gonna lie. When Jason Schreier wrote about it, you came away feeling like there was something there, and it was just massacred by conflicting ideas and concepts and mishmash of vision and things like that. So it's just very sad. But I love watching, for some reason, I love watching It's a Gundam talking about it. It's up there with Internet Historian's No Man's Sky film coverage thing. Like, those are one of the two videos I watch around Christmas time. It's like my It's a Wonderful Life. That's what they are like for me. There's a whole period of trend chasing that I think we're still suffering from today. Epic, I 100% agree. There is, unfortunately, a lot of people searching online for what is trending upward or what has potential to be discovered instead of actually being inspired by what they're attempting to make. And there was an avoidable tragedy? Yeah. So, what games are set to come out in the rest of 2024? Does anyone know? Okay, let's see. Tech Radar. Tech Radar should tell us the truth, right? Microsoft Flight Simulator. Okay. Anyone here? Anyone here excited about Microsoft Flight Simulator? Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl. Fantasian Neo Dimension. Isn't that done by Sakaguchi or something? Marvel Rivals. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver 1 and 2 Remastered. I'm pretty sure they're missing something, right? Isn't Path of Exile 2 coming out? Shay, I don't pay attention to things not WoW. That is true and real. Silent Hill 2 was the last on my list of wants. I'm looking forward to Stalker 2 and Indie. Legacy of Kain Remaster. Yeah, Legacy of Kain is getting remastered. Is there a trailer here? I'm not monetized really, so we can do these kinds of things on this channel. And it's not like it's not like this is my primary income source anyway, right? So here it is.
Few know the truth. I stood with Kain and my brethren until I had the honor of surpassing my lord. For my transgression, I earned a new kind of reward. Agony.
The fate of this world was preordained in an instant.
What madness is this?
Am I so changed?
I was not prepared for what lay beyond this threshold.
The future has always been written.
Don't fight it, Raziel.
So there you go. There you go. Soul Reaver 1 and 2, not Blood Omen. Legacy of Kain is nostalgia on max. So now you care about non-WoW games. Stalker 2 is falling afoul of UE2 optimization problems. Its system requirements are unreasonable. Oof. The Kain games have unreasonably good VA. Check out some of Kain's lines. And unnecessarily good writing. I wasn't allowed to play these, so I read all the game scripts and fanfiction I could get my hands on and joined an RP forum instead. Wow. people in chat getting excited. That's awesome. So when is that coming out for everyone? So it's coming out December 10th. Isn't that my brother's birthday? I feel like it's... So my mom had my one brother on her birthday. So this is my mother's birthday and my other brother's birthday. So what is it coming out on? PS5, PS4, XSX and S, Xbox, PC, and Switch. So if you have a reasonable amount of PC, perhaps you can play this. I don't know. That series is why I'm playing V Rising, the entire reason. Oh, I didn't know that, Ben. The single best vampire story ever conceived, and Dracula can... oh, wait. They're written by Amy Hennig. Oh, right. Wooly. I think we were talking about this, right? She was behind the Nathan Drake stuff as well. I thought you told... Ben, I thought you linked it to like a show or something. I guess I was mentally thinking that you were enjoying it because of Castlevania, but maybe that I was confusing you with my other brother. Yeah. Okay. Legacy of Kain. Oh, is it because of the top-down isometric, Ben? Because of like the camera or something? Or was that yet another game? She pulled off a coherent time travel fate story. Yeah, okay. I remember that part, Ben. I remember that part. Did I play them? No. Good heavens. When did Legacy of Kain come out? Let's see here. When did it first emerge? Gee whiz. When did it first emerge? Yeah, Crystal Dynamics, 1996? Yeah, bruh. 1996, I was being homeschooled. I couldn't play them games. Yeah. I think I've already seen Blood Omen's opening scene. I'm not going to lie. Yeah. I feel like I've seen this, though.
Magical operation of maximum importance. The initiation of a new aeon. When it becomes necessary to utter a word, the whole planet must be bathed in blood.
I feel like I watched a streamer play this.
Call your dogs! They can feast on your corpses! Fulfilling the sacred mallet of the Satvan, you are hereby damned. The pleasures of the flesh are no longer yours. You have but one purpose, damned warrior.
Yeah, but remember, Wooly, there's a difference between theater kids and British theater people, right? There is a difference between that. Like British thespians are like how they are trained and how they are educated is completely different than the theater kids that we talk about in North America.
You will serve us for eternity.
Plus, British voices just sound better. Right, Wooly? Be Victus. Yeah, party. Yeah, party. It's a very late PS1 game. Yeah, so Shay, like, I wasn't able to play it because of, you know, family reasons at the time, but it's coming out December 10th, and maybe that's a time to try it out. $2,000 CGI, yeah. Yeah. I'm wondering... Ugh. When was this? Yeah, so... 2001... and Blood Omen. 1996. So from 1996 to 2001,
My sons, I promise to teach you the secrets of my ages. This world is the first step on your journey. Search the island, and you'll find 3 linking books. Each connects to an age in which you must work.
Hello, Atreus. Been a long time. Sorry I'm not there to greet you in person, but I just didn't think it would be wise, considering how long I've been stuck here. Trapped in these lesson ages by 2 very greedy little boys. Your sons, Atreus, Cirrus, and Achenar. Of course, they're not so little anymore, not so innocent. I thought a lot about innocence these last few years and what happens when it gets lost. Worried about relation? I have it. Worried about friends, relatives, people you can't get back. I know just how you feel. But if you want to do something about it, you're gonna have to open this device. And there's just one problem. I've changed the 3 symbols that do that. So if you want to reclaim relation, you're gonna have to take your own class.
okay, so Myst 3 came out in 2001, and the scene that we saw came out in 1996. in less than 5 years, we went from comical looking attempts at gore to very realistic. Yeah. Yeah, see? You recognize him. Why does this look vaguely familiar? Shay, that's Miss 3. And they had Brad Dourif do Saavedro. Brad Dourif eventually went on to become Wormtongue in Lord of the Rings. Yeah. Too many games coming out for Jonathan. Not enough time. You're doing Romancing Saga 2 remake and finishing Veilguard and starting on Dragon Quest 3 2D HD remake. Nice. Nice. Are you playing Veilguard as a girl or a guy? Who are you romancing? Are you going for Balara? But yeah. Anyhow, let's get into watching something. We're going to only watch a couple things today, and then I'm probably going to switch out and do something more relaxing. The first thing we're going to watch is How a Shopping Cart Changed My Politics and My Life, recommended by Wooly. And then we're going to not watch all of this, but we're going to watch, I think, like 15 to 20 minutes of this interesting. So I pre-watched it to see if there's anything that we could talk about. And I found some very interesting stuff. I think Enrakin has an interesting recommendation here. It's just very long, so we may not be able to see all of it. So we're only going to watch a little bit of it. We're going to watch the shopping cart. And then after that, I might switch to a game. Balara is annoying AF. Are you going for the black guy? What's his face? Or are you going for another girl? Jonathan's going for girl on girl. Self-reported. Let's find out who Jonathan's going to romance. Is there an option to not romance anyone? Is there an option to, like, just avoid all of them? Who is Balara's writer? Written by John Epler. Someone needs to ask if John Epler is okay. Blink twice, John Epler, if you're okay. I haven't met all the characters yet, only 10 hours in. No smoochies in this Christian server. Weirdly, now it's none in this inclusive server. Oh my gosh. Everyone, I have been watching so many Dragon Age sex scenes. This is what's happened to my algorithm. So yeah, I've seen quite a few now. I have some observations that might upset the masses when it comes to the sex scenes in Dragon Age series. Yeah. But I saw one scene from Origins that has lit a fire under my back seat, my behind, to unlock a certain very uncomfortably long but incredibly erotic. Watching those is not something I'd admit. I was doing it for the video in Racken. I was doing it for the video. Yeah. Don't worry. Don't worry. I was how can I say this? I was doing it for a video. Yeah. But party, you will be very pleased to know that in one intimate scene, the woman is wearing an actual real bra. It's crazy. But I came away with some observations about Dragon Age as a whole. And I think that some Dragon Age Origin fans may have rose-colored spectacles on. Yes, Ben, made from a real woman. Although technically bras were invented by men. Yeah. So, yeah. So we're pads. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, Ben. Wouldn't be surprised. Although I will say that in terms of back support and stuff, bras are an epic fail. I have a lot of opinions about corsets and stays. And I've been researching how to make my own stays because ultimately they might be better for you than a bra. But anyway, so I was doing it for the video, and I've come up with an interesting little series of clips from both Veilguard, Dragon Age Inquisition, Dragon Age Origins, and nothing from Dragon Age 2, because Dragon Age 2 has nothing, really, which is crazy because I was writing fan fiction for Dragon Age 2. I loved my little cat-loving... well, I mean, he's basically a terrorist, isn't he? So anyway, moving onward. Let's watch how a shopping cart changed my politics in my life. I have no idea what this is about. Join me as I tell a tale of the shopping cart theory and how a meme rocked me to my core. So we're going to find out what this is about. I have no clue.
What a journey through the political spectrums it has been, my friends. At times intense, at times hilarious. This is one of the more hilarious moments, but an important one nonetheless. Imagine a young T-man, in his late teens through his early 30s, looking for the answers to the riddle of humanity. It'll be a bit too deep to get into all the nuances, so we'll speak in very broad terms. I had, for the longest time, viewed the answers as requiring the elimination of government. It's not difficult to see why one would come to such a conclusion with these last couple decades. And even though my position is drastically different right now, I would not say that my stance was initially wrong. Everywhere I looked, every government, or quasi-government structure if we looked at corporations and other similar institutions, seemed to have its hands dipped in evil and incompetence. I was in 7th grade when 9/11 happened. 12-year-old me didn't know a thing about the Middle East or Islam. I was in the American education system after all. But following it, all I saw was war and destruction and incompetence from our own government. I went down many rabbit holes, from contemporary history of governments to the more conspiratorial sides of the conversation. This was a time before YouTube, so if you wanted to know about a topic, you couldn't look up some 10-minute video essay on it. You either have to dive in deep or pass up on it. From teachers to employers, I kept seeing people who were supposed to be the authority and capable of doing their tasks, and being more so in the way than anything else. Here's 2 related, quick little fun stories I have, anecdotes to be sure, but it serves to show the microcosm of a grand problem. When I was working as a personal trainer and fitness center supervisor, with that last title basically being a glorified desk jockey, I had a fitness center manager who was great, real down-to-earth guy, not someone who would have any interest in chasing corporate ladder, as it were. He helped teach me a lot about the fitness industry, and one of the cool things he taught me how to do was fix the cardio equipment on my own. He showed me how to take them apart, the components, most common problems, etc. It was great because it saved the community center a lot of money. I believe it cost something like $50 at the time just to bring a technician out there and take a look, and that's outside any labor costs associated with it. This was a place I practically grew up in. I have been going there since I was like 10 years old, so I loved the idea of making the place better however I can. Fast forward, he leaves to go to work for someone in his family at some other job. The community center hires a woman from a corporation's gym. To be clear, I don't mean a corporate gym like Planet Fitness, I mean a corporation that has its own gym built inside it. She was definitely a ladder-chasing corporate gal. She had me stop fixing the machines, because there was a proper procedure that needed to be followed. Sometimes I couldn't fix the machines, but never did I cause any sort of incident. But since that wasn't the bureaucracy of how they did things, I had to stop, and I got to watch hundreds if not thousands of dollars go to waste for problems that might have been as simple as a wire got loose and I needed to plug it back in. The other story, from the same job,
So the idea being that, number one, humans have a tendency toward being incompetent, and number two, bureaucracy often amplifies incompetence because the people who are competent are unable to adequately do their job because they're hampered by bureaucracy. And the idea is, in many cases, bureaucracy exists either to give somebody a job who otherwise may not have one, or to, air quote, protect the person from something or another thing, like exploitation or improper work safety stuff or something like that. DA2 is the black sheep. Yeah, oddly enough, I played DA2. DA2 was my entrance drug. I actually enjoyed DA2. But remember that when I came in, I didn't understand it in a broader context, and I didn't understand that parts of it were poorly made because I was coming from a background that had no, like, I hadn't played a lot of games. Both seem like wide umbrellas. Yeah. Well, we're going to find out. We're going to find out his second example here.
we were still using those old-time punch cards that you would see on the Flintstones or something. Imagine a place of employment in the 2010s, computers already hooked up everywhere, still using physical time punch-in cards. It took hours to fix the mistakes and properly tally everything up, needlessly archaic. Finally, we were switching to an online system, where we could clock in or out from the computers on our desks. I went to one of those open to the public meetings where the board of directors vote on things. There was one person there who especially stood out. Her name was Susan. I still remember her name because you don't forget stupid like this. The plan was simple and obvious. You take out the time card punchers and start using the online system. Susan had some objections. She wanted to know, what were we going to do with the physical time card punchers and papers? Well, we were gonna get rid of them. Right, but where would they go? No it, we're not gonna use them. But what about the buildings that still use them? No building will use them, we're getting rid of it. But if we're getting rid of it, how will we know if we're properly tracking the time? You think I'm exaggerating, but I'm not. It was actually worse than those examples. This crap went on forever. Pure sub-80 IQ mongoloid energy. This wasn't the only moment of mind-numbing stupidity, just the one I remember best. And this woman was on the board of directors! She ruled over us all, in a manner of speaking. She obviously didn't get there through meritocracy. The positions were voted on. These kinds of events further solidified in my mind that we cannot be ruled over by these stupid and feeble people anymore. It took so long to replace the punching system because they would have votes on if they should have a discussion on something next month. And then in that next month, after the discussion, they say they'll have a vote the following month if they will have a vote on what was discussed the month after that. Yes, votes on if they should have votes. The sheer ineptitude that I was seeing from my community center, my community that I legitimately loved. I did not need my inferiors, these incompetent buffoons, to tell me what to do in order to make this place a better place. This, combined with one more thing, turns into a grand problem that I had, and see if you can figure out what this grand problem is, as this is an all too common problem that many folks share, which will tie in with the shopping cart. On top of the issues mentioned so far, I've personally met and known people who were extraordinarily gifted and talented. People who, because of circumstance, got screwed out of life. Singers with angelic voices who could run laps around your average manufactured pop star. Artists who could set your soul on fire. Intelligent people who could solve any problem within their sphere. People who could legitimately make this planet a better place, but would never be able to get over the amount of government bureaucracy to get anything going. It was similar with my business. Navigating the waters of Illinois cost me over $50,000, and if you add up indirect costs like missed opportunities or interest, we're looking at 6 figures easily. My favorite moment was when I tried to open up a physical location for my tea shop. They said I needed a grease trap, since I'd be classified as a restaurant. And those were the rules. Why would I need a grease trap for a tea shop? I don't. A fresh installation was looking at around $30,000. As a cherry on top, I found out the government could sign a waiver saying I didn't need one. I asked, why wouldn't they? And they said, well, what if you do decide to become a normal restaurant later on down the line? You mean what if I fundamentally changed my entire business? So, you get the point. I don't need government to tell me to be a good person. They just get in my way. They get in everyone's way. Every governmental or corporate authority figure I run into seems to be too incompetent to get where they are on merit. With no government, or excessively limited government, the people would govern themselves. I could see it all working out within my own life. That's the problem right there, in that last sentence. Within my own life. I hadn't yet truly figured out how to view other spheres of life and existence from perspectives other than my own. I thought I did, but really all I was doing was superimposing myself onto other people and imagining myself in a scenario, thinking I was now looking at things with a new lens. It wasn't a new lens. It was the same lens put in a different spot.
I like this guy, how he's admitting that his point of view was a bit skewed. Now, I want to talk about something that I experienced when I was living in China, and I haven't really experienced it in Canada, but maybe one day we'll get to that point. So in China, there was something called Renren Le. And Renren Le, I think it was Le. Renren Le. So Renren Le was kind of like a Walmart. And the Renren Le had, usually it was multi-floors because everything is vertical. Things like big box stores just, like they kind of exist, but they exist vertically. They don't exist horizontally because like ain't nobody got time for that in China. Anyway, and you got escalators, you know, going up and down, so on and so forth. So one day I see a kid's book in Chinese that I think might be useful for my studies. It's I think it was somewhere like on the 4th floor or something. And I put it in my cart. And I do the rest of my food shopping. I go down to where the checkout is. And the people at the checkout tell me that they can check out the food, but they can't check out the book. I have to go back up to this little tiny desk by this wall where there's a lady standing there. I have to check out the book. Then I have to take the little receipt back down here, then check out the rest of my food, and then show the receipt down here. And then I'm able to leave the building with my book. And by the way, this wasn't just for books. This was also for anything that was on basically this floor, had multiple stands around. So this was for electronics. This was for this. This was for that. It was insanity. It was like basically making work for people. It was crazy. So it was like, let's put some extra steps between you and the door. You should do a whole China video. Yeah, I should. Just share pictures. Hannah Arendt said that people lose their freedom in bureaucracies because your being becomes a piece of paper that you have to have in order to be. That's kind of true. Actually start making out with Anders out of nowhere. That happens, Jonathan. That can happen. Bureaucracy exists to prevent the worst, most stupid bad actors from ruining the work of the collective. That is, I think, one of the unfortunate truths. Our library is like that. OMG. Is it, Shay? That's insane. 4 desks, and each desk can only do one thing. What? Might be worth to hear about the place from someone who was actually there. Yeah. There is a guy on YouTube that covers China really well. There is a guy on YouTube. Let's see if I can find him. I'm going to try to find him. I'm trying to find it, but he could also be like, I don't want to say shadow banned, but you know what I mean. Where are you, bro? Here we go. His name, if you want to get a guy who knows what he's talking about, it's Serpentza. This guy. Oh my good giddy aunt. Yeah. This guy is interesting. Where is it? The Fake Book Library. And where is it? I feel like I watched another, but it might have not have been him. But anyway. Yeah. This guy here, he's fairly okay. He's fairly okay. Of course I should do my own and I'll have like pictures and stuff, but the topics are so depressing. Yeah, you can't watch too much of Serpensa. You'll start wanting to. It's getting closer and closer, and they're staring into their souls. Sometimes it gets stuck. Okay, so all I want to say is like I like how he is realizing that he was projecting onto other people, and that what we think is normal or workable for ourselves doesn't mean that other people can cope with what would be good for us. So for example, I have always performed better as a student with minimal oversight, but a lot of goals. But that doesn't mean that all students can achieve much with that.
The years went on. There would be this certain voice in the back of my head, too soft for me to truly hear it, but I kept being able to associate the context it was giving me. Important and common questions I did not have the answers to, that I assumed I would find the answers eventually. I met those competent, nice, kind people, but what about those that were not? I kept finding some variation of, if the government wouldn't get in the way with the school system or tax us, or whatever excuse, that would explain away these people. I could not square the circle of simultaneously saying, if you remove the barriers, people's inherently good nature will sprout up, and a very few handful of bad people would be easily dealt with, while at the same time arguing with communists who would, effectively, saying the same thing. I would read book after book of various political leaders, kings, generals, all these people of positions of authority who made a massive difference, yet still saying that none of them mattered and they just got in the way. A small but important example in the corporate world was the CEO of Domino's. To give a shortened version, Domino's was ready to go bankrupt and out of business. Their pizza was awful. They brought in a new CEO. He grabbed the company by the balls and single-handedly changed this massive international corporation, saving them from certain death and making them a powerhouse in the pizza industry. So what the hell was I doing? Studying, hoping to become as competent and skilled as these men one day, while simultaneously trying to make sure that these men don't exist in the structure that they use to do their good. It was a long, constant conversation going on in the back of my mind that I kept putting off. Every example of a person I'd meet in my personal life that showcased that they would not work in any system that gives them free reign, I will brush it off as one of those rare exceptions. Then, one day, while browsing the internet, I came across it, the meme. To those unaware of it, I shall read it for you. The shopping cart is the ultimate litmus test for whether a person is capable of self-governing. To return the shopping cart is an easy, convenient task, and one which we all recognize as the correct, appropriate thing to do. To return the shopping cart is objectively right. There are no situations other than dire emergencies in which a person is not able to return their cart. Simultaneously, it is not illegal to abandon your shopping cart. Therefore, the shopping cart presents itself as the apex example of whether a person will do what is right without being forced to do it. No one will punish you for not returning the shopping cart. No one will fine you or kill you for not returning the shopping cart. You gain nothing by returning the shopping cart. You must return the shopping cart out of the goodness of your own heart. You must return the shopping cart because it is the right thing to do, because it is correct. A person who is unable to do this is no better than an animal, an absolute savage who can only be made to do what is right by threatening them with a law and the force that stands behind it. The shopping cart is what determines whether a person is a good or bad member of society. Oh boy, this message struck a chord with me deep down. It outlined exactly why I was wrong. It took those vague and nebulous concerns that played the back of my mind and it gave them a voice. I was so blinded by the few people that did good, that were good, and my own personal desire to believe in humanity that I kept insisting that everyone was as good as those people I have met, or would strive for goodness like I did. There is no governmental structure, no corporation, no authority whatsoever that will keep these people from doing such a basic good deed. And if it needs to be spelled out for you, no, it doesn't just stop at the stupid cart. When I worked at Whole Foods, before it was bought by Amazon,
Okay, I think he's talking about something I've talked about before. There are two views about humanity, and there are two views about humanity. Okay, so we have this one, and then we have this one. Okay. So here we have government, and here we have individual. And these black arrows represent the direction from which change happens. Does the change happen from within the individual, or does the change happen from within the government or social body? Okay, and by government, we could also put in here social body. Now, leftists, and by leftist, I mean modern day leftists, and communists believe that the best kind of change has to come from the institution, from top down. And modern day right wing, with their small government and local communities representing in the states, individual states making their decisions, the concept of the educated individual making a democratic choice that is good for their community or for their country. So the concept is, of course, that where is it expected that change should come from? Should change be enforced top down, regardless of what people want? Or should it just be expected to naturally grow? So in some ways, you could see, and this is very, very counterintuitive, but it's very interesting, that in many ways, the conservative individual mindset is ultimately, oh my good heavens, is in some ways, in some ways, there is an idealism here about the ability of the individual to eventually change. And up here, there is a pessimism. It's very interesting. Now, of course, you will have some Christians, for example, who are more conservative, who believe in the original sin, for example, who do not believe that the individual is born perfect, who believe that the individual is born sinful. And generally, they will land, like if you have a Christian with solid theology, they know what they're talking about, they will land more or less here. But oftentimes you will have this imbalance. We call them trolleys. Someone tried to sell trolley bags here in Michigan. They turned out being to by a lot, and stores got bombarded with returns. Wait a minute. Ben, do you call them trolleys for real in New Zealand? Nature versus nurture. Oh yeah, good point. Very good point, Vic. So this here would go with the nurture argument. And this here would go with nature. argument. Wow. Praise the trolley, Ben. Substitute government for the word of God. So if you're religious, you would put God above the government. Like that. He goes above everything else. He's here. So if you're a Christian, what you believe is that God is going to help you become a better individual, and God will also control the government long term, like he's in charge of all of history. So if you're a person with a solid theological understanding about what God can do or what God is in control of, you actually have a more holistic view of the whole situation. Might be a divide along one side wanting to work against human nature and the other trying to craft rules that human nature can exist within. Possibly. In some ways, leftist Enlightenment revolution posits tabula rasa, blank slate view of human nature. That man is entirely a product of his social and material environment. Yes, so it is very, very strange because while they definitely go with tabula rasa and they believe that human nature is inherently good at the beginning, they always end up very pessimistic, don't they, Vic? So you are correct. Tabula rasa did come out of, I believe it was Rousseau. So we'll put tabula rasa here. Tabula rasa. But despite their belief that humans are initially born good, they somehow get really pessimistic and they need the government to fix it. It's very strange. Whereas down here, we have what we will call original sin. So this is fairly negative, fairly pessimistic about how humans, what state humans are born into. And yet at the same time, yeah, it's very strange. I will say, though, I do want to clarify that when we talk about the original founding fathers of America, the founding fathers of America were actually heavily inspired by Thomas Paine and the French Revolution that came after. But the ideas that led into the French Revolution, like with the concept of the ability for humanity to fix itself, all of that kind of stuff. Let's just say things were different back then. But the state that we are in and of itself now is, yeah, it's different. Relying on an entity or text for behavior. No, Ben. No, it's not the same. Okay. So for example, you have here the government creating laws that will put you in jail and will punish you for being bad. Okay? Now, God will punish you for being bad after you die, but while you are living, you have fairly free reign. You can make the decisions you want to make, right? So God allows people to make decisions that they wish to make for their own lives. Now, after you're dead, and you're a Christian, you might believe this, okay? I'm not speaking for everyone here in chat, but Christians believe that after you're dead, that's when you will be called accountable to God. But during your life, you are effectively a free agent. Right? Whereas what the communists and these leftist people are doing, who rely too much on the government, are literally breathing down your neck the entire time. Now, does this mean that there aren't some Christians out there, Ben, who don't run around and make their beliefs and their faith law? Absolutely. That is indeed an issue, or a strength, depending on how you believe in it, right? And that is why, for example, there was separation of the church and the state. The separation of the church and the state separated God out of the government and made God simply a matter of the individual. That's the whole point of the separation of church and state. And so that's why I'm saying when most Christians have their theology kind of intact, they don't need their government to represent what God believes, because they can live their life fine just on their own. They don't need the government to hold their hand and be like, "Oh, you're allowed to believe what you want to believe." That's why so many Christians can be Christians in China, for example. So once again, it's not so simple with Christians. But we're not talking about Christians. We're talking about just general concepts. This is something that I've been thinking about a long time. Like, are there patterns? What's going on? Now, let's talk about the shopping cart. What about people who are on their way to put the shopping cart in, but they used a key, the back of a key, to force the coin thing to think that it's a coin, but it's actually the head of your house key. And so you haven't actually put money in the cart to get the cart out free from the line of carts. And you're pushing the cart back, and someone is walking toward the cart thing, and you offer them their cart so that you don't have to put it away and they can deal with it for you. What's that? Meanwhile, the Christian believes that there's a divine stamp on human nature, man being an icon of God. So while a leftist falls entirely on the nurture side, Christianity, IMO, has room for both. Exactly what I'm arguing, Vic. Like, I think if you have any kind of even fake idea about, like, even if you just have the simulacrum of Christian faith, I think it allows you to access both. Those people are evil, and I wouldn't be upset to learn the opposite chapter, but you guys have to pay extra. Kind of. But pro-social as you're benefiting someone else, but you're evil for not putting the coin in. Yeah. I'm treading on the path of amorality. That's clearly what this is about. Because, like, heckin', if I can get away with not doing something and getting someone else to do it for me, hello. Anyway, I'm clearly paddling in my own canoe over here.
For goodness, like I did. There is no governmental structure, no corporation, no authority whatsoever that will keep these people from doing such a basic good deed. And if it needs to be spelled out for you, no, it doesn't just stop at the stupid cart. When I worked at Whole Foods, before it was bought by Amazon, it was the place you would expect environmentally conscious people to go to and do the right thing with their garbage. We had a place for trash, recycling, and compost, easily laid out for people to see. On most days, the differences were meaningless. I would constantly go in and try and put things in the proper place. Not because it was my job, because it was the right thing to do. Again, no one is forcing anyone to do anything good or bad. There is no immediate consequence for them not throwing things out in the proper place, but they still would not. I worked at other fast food joints like Chipotle. I would constantly see people take a few dozen napkins, use one or two, then pocket the rest or just leave the others for us to throw away. They would be inherently wasteful, all because they could. The amount of money we would blow because they kept throwing away the plastic trays was aggravating, to say the least. That was something like 15 years ago, but I still see it happen to this day. And once again, I'm hoping people can extrapolate the message of what I'm saying. Taking extra napkins, like not returning a shopping cart, is not the end of Western civilization. The underlying energy behind it, however, is a problem that festers if ignored. In ancient China, there was an emperor who was kicked out of his position as emperor after only 27 days because he refused to follow the rites and rituals that were established. If he couldn't show enough respect to bow and respect the gods, how can he be trusted to respect the common people? Even when I would try to work in charity, for as brief as those moments were, I would see the sort of laziness and apathy, surrounded by people that should have had the same mindset as me of trying to make the world around them a better place. And it's like they were there solely for the praise and virtue signaling, and not for the work. Or even worse off, people that we were supposed to be giving charity to also seem to lack a certain level of humanity. Seeing two fat people fight for free groceries when there was more than enough to go around changes you. All I've been talking about so far are the relatively bad, or rather apathetic, people. There's also another level to it, and that's people who would not harm a fly and genuinely mean well, but they're just not as smart. God bless their souls. It's not that they would use any self-governance to make bad choices, it's that they just don't know any better. Think of it as someone who knows nothing of calories and nutrition. They might not want to get fat, but their natural instincts lead them to food that will make them fat. I kept trying to formulate all these thoughts over the years around the idea of no government use of force. Events such as the George Floyd riot drastically shifted my mind with that. And funnily enough, that's around the time that this meme came online. Once I stopped thinking that way, once I stopped thinking that every problem can be solved without authoritative force, once I realized the amount of people who would require force to keep under control was substantially higher than I had given it credit for, it was like 100 connective puzzle pieces all came together, filling in so many holes and causing so many pictures to become clear. Before the closing thoughts, real quick, I don't have any outside sponsors and never will. That's because I run my own business, and have for over 9 years now. I sell tea, coffee, and soaps. They're not drop shipped. I make the soaps myself, roast and grind the beans right here, and mix and bag the teas. The anime theme may not be to some people's liking, but no worries, the flavors speak for themselves. We do have a Patreon-like service called Dragon's Wings, and a monthly tea subscription called Only Teas. It's what funds me and this channel, so you don't even have to fund me for free, you get something out of it right away. Also, hit the subscribe button and like the video, and let's head back to the vid. Of course, this newfound big brain enlightenment does not solve the problem of the current government, and that applies nearly globally, being full of inept incompetence, from the top to the bottom, whether through genuine lack of ability or pure malice. Even if we need the police force, they are currently a mess, and are actively taking part in that highly accurate term for our current government, anarcho-tyranny. The next question for me became, how did things get so bad? That, I'm afraid, won't be able to fit at the end of this here video, as that will be a vast topic all on its own. But what do you make of the shopping cart theory? If you are a libertarian or anarchist, how do you square that circle? We've ironically seen pockets of the system I thought would work in various parts of the country, but in all the places where the government began to refuse to prosecute and lower the presence of police, the worst things got by a huge margin. Think every big blue sanctuary city you can find, with prosecutors refusing to use the power of government to prosecute the good boys who didn't do nothing. Oh, this past half-decade has been an enlightening one indeed. Assuming nothing major pops up, the next video is going to be on the topic of freedom. I think it's going to make a lot of people very uncomfortable, but in a good way. If you want to know what I mean, subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
Okay. I'm going to suggest that first off, there is a variety of different I think there's a variety of different reasons why things break out in cities, and it's not just because people are all assholes. I think also when you get more humans together, there's like energies that happen, and this causes craziness to happen more likely. And so it's not even just human nature. I think humans interacting with other humans in high volume, high density type places are going to it's going to do something weird. Now, if I look at it as a spectrum, and I'm going to use this. let's put moral. And then we'll put down here immoral. And then we'll put down here amoral. And we'll put over here compliant. I think these are like stages. Okay, so like when life is good and everything is flying well, I think most people will bounce somewhere in this spectrum here. But I think as soon as life gets difficult and things start to feel they are threatened, they will bounce in between here. So this would be the good times. And this is bad times. This is for what I would call the average person. Now, there are going to be some people with certain personalities that are going to be compliant all the time. And I think a large portion of people are just compliant. They do what they've always done, and they're just one track all the time and nothing. It's not because they're inherently good. It's not because they're not bad. It's just this is what you do, and they just exist. On occasion, you're going to get these people who are also almost anally, retentively good people. And they're just going to be fantastic people, very conscientious. It might be their personality, it might be their upbringing, probably a combination of both. And so you have these two, and I think these represent what I would call the majority. Swing between these two, or like swing between this with this red. But let's put gray in. Let's put gray in. I think that there are also some people who operate on a much lower level. And this is where we see the sociopaths, psychopaths, and what I will call long-term criminals. They, either because of who they are as people or because of long-term, let's say, issues. Either because of who they are, like in terms of their personality or their brain chemistry, or because of the environment that they were raised in, they're just going to be more troubling. And since we have to share this world with everyone, bureaucracy in many ways, or these forms of government in many ways, helps keep everyone at least within the compliant zone, so that the maximum amount of people can survive. Sometimes wealth is maintained to the detriment of its owner. Yeah. What do you guys think about the shopping cart meme? What does chat think? I think saying that all people are... I think more people are compliant and just go along to get along and put their head in the sand more often than not. But that doesn't mean that they're moral, and it doesn't mean that they're going to get away with being the way that they are. It just means that they aren't actively contributing to something wrong or something good. They're just exist. They're keeping things running somehow. It seems like a good litmus test. Yeah, well, we just found out that Leo, who is one of our more progressive people, failed to put his cart in. It's crude but true. I think it's true, says Anxious Psyche. I think the shopping cart doesn't account for mothers who can't leave their children to run the cart back. That's true. That's true. People are lazy rather than malicious. That's Leo just trying to cover for himself. It was far. Yeah, see, there we go. There we go. Okay, Epic. As a person who is represented, who has worked in cart control, what is your bias? Do you think good people put their cart back? I will also say we need to make sure that we don't mistake conscientiousness, which is a psychological trait, or OCD, which is a psychological disorder, with being a morally good person. I do think that's a bit of a mistake. So you have to qualify some of these statements, but overall, I think it is a good point that society is not as great as we'd like to think it is. Numerous times, customers were mad at me for a shopping cart hitting their car because of the wind. At the very least, I can say that not returning the shopping cart is a sign of short-sightedness. That's true. Probably of thinking about yourself over the potential safety of others. It is at the very least selfish, for sure. Yeah. Very fascinating. Does this make me less black-pilled? No, actually. I'm still feeling like humanity as a whole isn't that great. We need to help each other to behave better. And most people are just actively trying to get by. And if things threaten their health and happiness, they go crazy and become very nasty. Laziness comes from selfishness. Epic. There's an employee at one store who gets irate with me if I put the carts neatly together in the cart catcher. She's challenged and her squeaking doesn't make sense. What's her beef? You're taking away her job, Shay. You have to be an amoral person and just throw the cart in there. I'm going to be honest. I am one of those people who will not go above and beyond the call of duty. So if we have an invisible line here, let's put like an invisible line. I'll make it brown. So there's like this invisible line. So I'll put the cart back and I'll even push it in so that it's marginally in there. But if I have to push hard on it to get it all the way in, I won't. So I feel like my urge to be moral only like it plateaus at best. Let's just say that. Well, they were Kroger was years ago. Yeah, maybe it's something to do with her challenge, Shay. Maybe she has particular things, like it's kind of like an OCD for her. Because there are some people who can be like that. Like it's like an actual mental disorder. Now, today, everyone, we're going to watch a little thing from Enrakin. Enrakin recommended this, and I watched the first 15 minutes or so, and I thought, oh, this is very, very fascinating. So we're going to be taking a look at the problem with Greek myth retellings. And we're going to find out what is this problem. And if anyone here in chat has been listening to what I've been talking about on stream and in my videos, I think you're going to see why Enrakin shared it with me and what this has to do with current day writing and even with issues related to things like adaptations of Lord of the Rings, adaptations of Star Wars, adaptations of well, even Veilguard could even come in underneath this problem here. So we're going to find out today about the problem with Greek myth retellings. We're not going to watch all of it, but if by popular demand people really love it and want to keep watching it, we can pick up next week. This video keeps popping up on my algorithm, but I've never clicked it. Well, Shay, we're clicking it today. To the Mediterranean basin we go. Indeed. In fact, Wooly, there's a mention of the Minotaur related to your Moloch, which I found to be very fascinating. Maybe one of these days I'll talk about what I learned about the connection between the Wildmen of the Black Forest and Black Peter and St. Nicholas. Anyway, let's keep going. So we got here the problem with Greek myth retellings. So let's find out what's going on here.
Giving voice to a woman condemned by history, this debut is an epic feminist retelling of the story of notorious Spartan queen Clytemnestra. This feminist retelling of Greek mythology reimagines the story of Aeneas and the women once left at the fringes of his story, the powerful feminist retelling of Phaedra and her undying quest for justice, a mesmerizing retelling of the ancient Greek myth of Theseus and the Minotaur. The heroines is a powerful reimagining.
By the way, Rachmaninoff. I love this version by Rachmaninoff.
Story of Aeneas and the women once left at the fringes of his story, the powerful feminist retelling of Phaedra and her undying quest for justice, a mesmerizing retelling of the ancient Greek myth of Theseus and the Minotaur. The heroines is a powerful reimagining of Greek tragedy, a powerful feminist retelling of an ancient tale, a dazzling feminist retelling of Greek myth. A brilliant new voice reveals the untold story behind the Trojan War. For readers of Madeline Miller and Claire Haywood comes the story of the most infamous monster of Greek mythology. Medusa breathes new life into an ancient story and echoes the battle that women throughout millennia, a story that has waited millennia to be told. For millennia, men have told the legend of the woman whose face launched 1,000 ships. But now, it's time to hear her side of the story. It's safe to say we're currently living through a bit of a Greek mythology revival. If you visit the new release section in any bookshop, you're almost guaranteed to see at least one Greek mythology retelling. Or, for that matter, if your bookshop has a book top table, you're likely to see a number of these titles as well.
Oh my lord, there's a Colleen Hoover book on that table. Wait a minute. What? Okay, everyone, chat, eyes on the screen here. Does anyone here recognize what kind of bookstore this might be? Is this a Canadian bookstore? An American bookstore? Now, her voice suggests something. Is she New Zealand? Is she what? What's her accent? The sign is in English. Oh, Ben, what accent does she have? Come on, Ben. A feminist rebrand bookstore. Is this America, though? Because she has an accent. Anyway. Food service workers know this issue, especially 50% of the people return their plates, 10% clean their plates and return their plates, while the rest leave their table as is. Oh, ARM is getting too real for me. Is not watching the video the same as not returning the whole trolley? No, because I'm not putting people out by not watching it. I'm trying to put people at my level of evilness. You know, keep trying. I say break. I mean, they can't be separated unless you take them apart. Yeah, maybe this poor lady is getting a little hung up. Barnes and Noble. My brother has that Circe's book. Oh, this one up here? Yeah. I need to hear it again. Don't worry, we will be hearing it again. The ampersand makes me think Barnes and Nobles. Oh, good point. Is there Barnes and Nobles in 30 times in 10 seconds, so attention dwindled? I'm bad with Anglosphere accents. That's okay, Leo. As an Argentinian man, you are free from the burden. Okay, so let's keep going back. Let's go back and re-listen.
Currently living through a bit of a Greek mythology revival. If you visit the new release section in any bookshop, you're almost guaranteed to see at least one Greek mythology retelling. Or, for that matter, if your bookshop has a booktop table, you're likely to see a number of these titles as well. In the wake of the success of Stephen Fry's take on Greek mythology and the rediscovery of Madeline Miller's The Song of Achilles, first published in 2011 but hugely popularised on BookTok, a wealth of novels, retellings or reimaginings of Greek mythology have hit the shelves. Greek mythology is a particularly marketable genre, but it is important to note that mythic retellings are nothing new. Margaret Atwood and Ursula K. Le Guin were writing reimaginings in the 2000s. Mary Renault and Robert Graves were popular for their mythic and historical retellings in the mid-20th century. And the Sword and Sandal films was an immensely profitable genre for Hollywood during the 50s and 60s, with films like Hercules and Jason and the Argonauts. Even back in the early 19th century, the Romantic poets like Shelley and Keats drew on classical mythology for their work. Myths lend themselves to being retold, and this flood of new Greek myths hitting the shelves is certainly nothing new. One aspect of this recent boom of Greek myth retellings which sets them apart from previous iterations is the focus on recentering women or otherwise marginalised voices. Many of these novels are marketed as feminist retellings. Over the years of reading retellings like these, I've noticed, and have often agreed with, reviewers who point out that simply focusing on women in Greek mythology doesn't necessarily equate to giving them agency. That's the irony inherent in retelling a Greek myth. Though women are the narrators, they're still constrained by the trappings of their original stories. Or, as one Goodreads reviewer puts it, just because a novel is written about a woman doesn't automatically make it feminist.
Meh. Just because a novel is written about women and or from the perspective of women doesn't automatically make it feminist, y'all. I mean, that's true and real. Not all women are going to want to write from a feminist-centric perspective. But it's really funny how some women think they're being feminist when in fact they're not being feminist. They don't actually understand how it works. And they end up doing stuff that is actually disempowering and is not actually helpful for women at all. For example, okay, let's take Dragon Age Veilguard, who, for some bizarre reason, I don't know why. Well, I kind of know why. Let's all be real here. But for various probably really stupid reasons, they decided to pretend that anything above a double D doesn't exist. E cup girls, F cup girls, G cup, H cup girls. What is that? What? And so I think in their rush to try to stymie male players from making big boobied women in their game, they actually removed a way for women like myself, who are larger, more endowed, from actually being able to create women that represent them in the game. So you can see how this happens, right? You have, oh no, we got to save the woman from bad, objectifying representation, and then therefore take away representation for women who might have larger boobs. And this is a common issue. You know why? Because people have no logic, they have no critical skills, and they don't understand, like they refuse to understand the world, or they don't understand the world, or whatever. They actually, like, it's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling. She's from around New Zealand, Austria, I'd say, but not 100%. Sounds Irish, no tinge on her T's. Yeah, right? Agency. Characters in a story don't have agency. I think you're taking it a little bit literally. I'm going to just check here. Is everyone okay? Can everyone hear me? It's saying yeah? Okay. So first off, Wooly, you are correct in the sense that no character has agency because the author is determining it. The author can determine whether a character has agency in the story or not. So for example, you have in some stories more passive characters, and you have some people in certain stories as being more active characters. You have people who have the appearance of being passive within the story, but who are in fact active. And you have people who have the appearance of being active within a story, being actually passive. The idea, of course, is when they talk about agency for characters, they're not talking about the author like they're talking about how are the characters being represented in terms of their activity within the story. So, for example, in Lord of the Rings, there are 3 women. You can count them. And the 3 women would be Arwen, Galadriel, and Eowyn. And all 3 women represent different levels or types of agency. So in the case of Arwen, she's very minimal. She's a side character, no growth, no change, nothing. She's just loyal. She's hanging out on the side. She's weaving a flag. That's about, she's what we would call the super supporter girlfriend in many aspects, like at her fundamental level. Are we just forgetting Goldberry? True. And then there's also Rose as well. And then there's also Lavinia. But generally speaking, Goldberry is her own person. But I think Tom took her from Old Man Willow. Rose is staying at home, chilling, really. Arwen's staying at home and chilling. So we only have really 2 women who are heavily agential, and that would be Eowyn and Galadriel in terms of going out and doing things. So even though we could say that Tolkien was in charge of his characters as an author, we could say that some of his female characters were agential and some of them were not. Now, just because some of his characters have more agency than others doesn't mean he's a bad writer. But of course, for these women who seem to be extremely defensive, if you don't have enough females having agency, then or if the agency doesn't look like the way that they want it to look, then it doesn't exist, and therefore it's bad. So this is where we have a problem. Okay. And by the way, this isn't just about men and women. It could also be true about children. So in some books, like Enid Blyton's books, the children have agency, but within limitations. And when they finally solve the mystery, they almost always go and tell an adult, and the adults deal with the rest. So there's a limited realistic agency that the kids experience where they can get some things done, but they can't do all things. Yeah, Rosie Cotton, Ben. Arwen would totally return that trolley and push it all the way through. Poor Leo. He's going to be awake at night. So anyway, that when people talk about agency in characters, they're talking about how much is the character doing in the story and what do they do. And the problem with some critics, modern critics, is they mistake physical or violence or manipulation as being the only way a person can be agential. And you're going to hear about that. Let's keep going.
I want to examine this issue by analysing a few of the most popular and widely known retellings. I'm not interested in bashing these novels, but I think it's a great opportunity as the subgenre becomes more and more profitable to consider whether retelling famous stories from women's perspectives is really changing anything about how we understand these myths, and also whether these female characters were ever really silent in the first place. Later on, I'll also discuss Lore Olympus and how Greek mythology is used as a marketing tool on TikTok, especially in the romance genre. And finally, I do want to talk about what responsibility and what right we have in retelling myths from a culture we don't necessarily belong to. Natalie Haynes is a writer and broadcaster who spent a good chunk of her career bringing the classical world to a modern audience. She had a BBC Radio 4 show.
Okay, I just want to go back here for a second because this is very crucial.
Necessarily belong to.
So she asks a very good question here.
In the first place. Later on, I'll also discuss Lore Olympus and how Greek mythology is used as a marketing tool on TikTok, especially in the romance genre. And finally, I do want to talk about what responsibility and what right we have in retelling myths from a culture we don't necessarily belong to.
Okay, and this is very crucial to me. I personally don't care about Greek myth. I'm going to be honest. Greek and Roman myth to me has always been like, eh. But I will say she is correct that in a world where we're rushing around worried about diverse voices, that we seem to be turning a blind eye to the rewriting and oftentimes disrespectful rewriting of people who existed quite a while ago, and just running amok with it. And once again, I don't think it's wrong necessarily to retell a myth. I think that's how a myth stays alive, actually. I'm a huge proponent for doing with it what you will. I have a tenuous relationship with that concept. I just feel like if you as a person are running around telling people that you have to be respectful of certain people's voices and their culture, then you should not be retelling Greek myths. I personally don't have a problem with retelling Greek myths, but I'm not running around telling people to respect certain voices or to not silence other voices and things like that. So, for example, I have no issue with, for example, having a Black person-centric Assassin's Creed game on face value, right? Even set in Japan. The problem is when you have a company coming out on one hand talking about diversity and inclusion, and then on the other hand, railroading a group of people of color in order to push their own agenda, and in doing so, silencing their voices. It's the double standard that irks me more. If everyone just came out and said, yeah, we don't care, we're going to do what we want, I'd be like, yeah, okay. Right? It's when, on the one hand, they're scolding the so-called bigots of the right, while at the same time themselves upholding and praising Greek retellings as being inclusive of feminist voices, that really bothers me. A good author tricks us into not noticing the plot armor. Plot armor. Yeah, I agree, Wooly. Yeah, that's true. All I'm thinking is the Satan boy is taking the lady back home. I have no context. Hey, Duck. That would probably be Hades taking Persephone, but I could be wrong. I care a little bit about Greek and Roman myth in that at times you reference them as illustrative, but changing the meaning of the myth dilutes that common reference point. Yeah, you got to be careful about how you go about retelling it. I adore Greek mythology and hate Roman mythology because Romans did exactly what she's talking about. But here you have a problem, Shay, because the Greeks didn't just pull their mythology out of their ass. Their mythology is actually based off of other mythology. I mean, like, I also get annoyed when people take Christianity and use it as mythology. Looking at you, Supernatural. Yeah, I mean, once again, there is such thing as the messianic figure, and the messianic figure can be present in a book that is secular. I think there's nothing wrong with having the archetype of the messianic figure in a story, even if it's under a different name and has a different story. The problem for me, I think, is if it is used in a way that's opposite to the original intention. My father nearly died of laughter when I told him how hip-hop music played for a non-American African when he was beating up Japanese samurai. That's true, Epic. You do make a good point that hip-hop is more representative of an North American Black person's lived experience. But even to say that is to paint all African Americans as liking hip hop. There might be tons of African Americans who don't like hip hop and who, think it's cringe. Do you think they had a black guy in the room when they made that decision? Did you? I don't know. I don't know how many black people are living in Montreal. Isn't or is it in France? Was it done in France? If it was in France, then I kind of get it. But if it's in Quebec, then no. Anyway, let's keep going. I just wanted to highlight that I really liked how she is pointing out whether these retellings are respectful or not. And personally, I'm even willing to be disrespectful as long as the same people who are being disrespectful aren't telling other people to be respectful about the things they've cherry-picked and decided needed to be respected, if that makes sense. I just want... What is it that I want? What's the word? Where like things make sense and things like from one thing to another thing, there's like a through point. What's the word? I just want logic. But it's like logic, but it's about continuity, consistency. Oh, Ben, consistency. That's what I want. Yeah.
Natalie Haynes is a writer and broadcaster who spent a good chunk of her career bringing the classical world to a modern audience. She had a BBC Radio 4 show called Natalie Haynes Stands Up for the Classics, in which she discussed figures from antiquity. But if you've heard her name, you probably know her from this book, 2019's 1,000 Ships.
I have not heard her. And do you know why? Because I actually, like I said, I really don't read a lot of historical fiction set before the medieval period. I love the medieval period and I like Northern European stuff. After that, I just kind of... Although I do find the Byzantium period to be very fascinating and sad.
or from 2017's Children of Jocasta or 2022's Stoneblind. 1,000 Ships is the one that seems to have really caught on. It was shortlisted for the 2020 Women's Prize for Fiction, and for the purposes of this video, it's the one that interests me the most. 1,000 Ships retells the major events of the Trojan War from the perspective of its female characters. The Trojan War was a mythic battle fought between the Achaeans, the people who would later become the ancient Greeks, and the Trojans. The war is sparked because of a woman. Paris, Prince of Troy, abducts the wife of the Spartan king Menelaus, an act which triggers the Achaeans to unite in war against Troy. There are many other women who feature in the Trojan War myths. Some of them are the wives of the Trojan and Greek soldiers, like Odysseus' wife Penelope or Hector's wife Andromache. Others are local women taken captive by Greek soldiers, or women who live in the besieged city of Troy. Much of the marketing surrounding this book emphasizes the idea that these women's stories are otherwise untold. The book is described as centering the pain of women who have always been relegated to the edges of the story, victims of men, survivors of men, slaves of men, women who have waited long enough for their turn. In an interview, Haynes said, "I knew I wanted to tell the women's stories because they have been almost entirely overlooked. The characters are right there, in the shadows, waiting to be found. It was irresistible." The issue I take with Haynes's framing of her book is that, put simply, these women's stories are not untold. They are told numerous times in some of the most famous ancient texts that survive. Haynes's book shifts between several different women's perspectives, and in just looking at the chapter names I can start drawing quick parallels. Penelope figures large in the Odyssey, Iphigenia appears in 2 plays by Euripides, Calliope is depicted in Ovid's Metamorphosis, Clytemnestra is a strong and memorable character in Euripides' Iphigenia at Aulis, and many more. Of course, to be fair to Haynes, I don't think she's saying these women's stories aren't told at all, but that they aren't told well, so let's put this theory to the test.
Okay, so this is where I wanted to pause. And I want to talk about 2 problems that I see in academic literary circles that is also reflected in history circles, and kind of the overlap between these 2 fields of study. And that is, number 1, people not understanding or not having a broad enough view of history. So they think that certain things didn't happen in history, or certain things weren't normal in history, or that certain things didn't exist. And it's simply a lack of education, a lack of reading, a lack of awareness. And so then they will make these bizarre statements about how women lived or what women experienced, when it actually has very little to no truth or fact to them. And the second thing that I find so fascinating is, and maybe you all caught it as well, is this idea that the stories weren't told well. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting, chat? Because yeah, I feel like I feel like this is like a hubris thing. Like, this is like, oh, I can write it better that will actually represent women, as opposed to these people back then who can't write women properly, so I'm going to do it now. And it smacks of that modern hubris that a lot of writers have, where they think that they can write better than the source material. Now, in some cases, they might be able to write certain things better than the source material, but holy moly, it's like that attitude just blows my mind. I'm also kind of curious about this picture right here. Yeah, 1628. 1628. I just wanted to know, because there was an African boy in here, and I was curious if this was medieval or not. It is not medieval. It's post-medieval, just so you know. Anyhow, so that kind of stood out to me. Now we're going to watch the Penelope character analysis. Okay, so we're going to get into the Penelope character analysis, and this touches on some other things that we've been watching with the Polish girl I talked about who talked about how what's it called from Jane Austen? It was poorly done. Persuasion. And she was complaining about how Hollywood cannot do quiet women well. So this is going to be very fascinating. You have to deny history to make it feminist? Yes, absolutely, Leo. Writing woman is easy. Take a man, then remove his responsibility, honor, and accountability. For history, it bugs me how often I run across the sentiment that somehow there was at some point a perfect feminist matriarchal society that was overtaken by Christianity and the West. Yeah, once again, it's literal ignorance. The woman in the painting is so low on iron, she's paper white. Yes, it's me. It's literally me, Arm. I'm actually very pale. But I might also be low on iron. I mean, that could be also a very real thing. But all jokes aside, there is on YouTube. Do you remember that lady that I talked about? Had a Corsets Carolina Zabrowska. The biggest lie in fashion history. So she talks about this. Okay, this is
Corsets are bad. Why? It's quite obvious. They squished organs, restricted movement, broke ribs, and made women faint. Torture devices and symbols of patriarchy. Right? Right? And such narration is often confirmed by mainstream media. This Florida lady spends her days and nights in a corset and is unable to perform any of her daily duties, all of it to achieve an 18-inch waist. Or this drawing from 1894 shows how squished women's organs were with a corset. Or this actress just confessed wearing a corset for a movie made her breathless. Here's the thing, did you ever think about what women wore before bras were invented? And I'm not talking about A size, I'm talking about like F size, E size, G sizes. Growing up, I always watched movies showing ladies being...
So anyway, this Catalina going on about corsets. And yeah. She's in Canada. It's a defense. Okay, let's see. Eat more meat. Yes, Wooly. Yes. Well, to be fair, you're pale because you're a drawing. Oh, Deck. Ooh, oh. I think it has to do with the removal of the wise woman from certain societies. I think this is seen most obviously with witches and pop culture versus their historical origins. She's in Canada. It's a defense planting to the contra. Mm-hmm. Christian queen like Chieko. Little sailor boy helping the soldiers man the ship. Maybe. So anyway, she does a really good coverage of corsets and what wearing corsets actually looks like and how people actually wore corsets and also what stays were and how. Anyway, so what I like about things like this is that it helps us recontextualize certain things and helps us come out of ignorance. And unfortunately, I think this kind of ignorance continues on to this day, where you have a lot of people continually misinforming other people. So yeah. The removal of the wise woman. epic that may have actually happened in certain colonial periods with fringe faiths and beliefs that were deemed wrong. That's for sure. Absolutely. But in terms of European stuff, you have to understand that Catholicism was actually incredibly syncretic, and would often adopt in certain things such as Catherine wheels and Christmas trees, whereas Protestants, the really crazy Protestants, like the nut bar ones who went off the reservation, they would actually repudiate the Christmas tree because they saw it as a pagan symbol. So the Catholics, in many respects, actually welcomed in female figures and in many ways canonized a lot of female figures more so than the Protestants did. In fact, it was the Protestants who were anti-iconographic. And we're not going to go into Protestant versus Catholic, because we all know that if we start talking about it, Woolie's going to start like heavy breathing over there. But all this to say that among the more reasonable Protestants and among the Catholics, there have always been a strong representation for the wise woman. In fact, there is a whole chapter devoted to women, which would be the Proverbs 30 woman, which I grew up ad nauseum hearing about. So I think it's more complicated. I think there's more things going on there than meets the eye. There is a public perception that has painted Christianity, both Catholic and Protestant, in a bad light for some very obvious reasons. So there, once again, this is people not understanding how did the Catholics and Protestants actually interact in North America, for example, in Europe. That being said, were there times where, like the Salem witch trials, for example, where people were literally losing their brains and their minds over stuff that was probably not nothing to write home about, and they were just seeing things and it was just some sort of mass hysteria? Absolutely. Absolutely. And do I think that there were specific examples like what the Spanish Catholics did to the South American indigenous people? Should we sweep that under the rug? Absolutely not. I think we need to talk about what happened there, which was very unfortunate. And the same thing goes for a lot of the indigenous stuff in North America that was in danger of being lost, but in many cases there's a chunk that has survived. In fact, if we compare the mythology of the indigenous people of North America to the mythology of the Druids, I think the Druids came off the worst. And the Druids were not actually stamped out entirely by Christians. They were also stamped out by non-Christian Romans as well, because the Roman Empire saw them as a political movement. So yeah. One of the books I got from Joe Rogan. Interesting. Party now confirmed cackler. Oh, Ben called you out, Party. Shut up, Leo. I will not be silent for the good of the stream. Stop Indians from human sacrifice and no one will forgive you. Yeah, but they did a bit more than that, Wooly. They did a bit more than that. I think they went overboard in some other areas. There's a difference between stopping a population from doing something and killing a whole bunch. The Romans did that too, going so far as to call the god Odin another version of their god Hermes. So it makes sense they kept their practice after conversion. Yeah. It took Freemasons to get the Protestants doing that kind of stuff. Yeah. Couldn't let Catholics tell them what to do, but the Bro Code could appropriate whatever it wanted. Bring back Wickerman for the good of it. Well, and once again, it's about people choosing to enlighten themselves about specific history that they want to enlighten themselves about. And then they sweep everything else that makes them feel uncomfortable about previous people's choices under the rug so that they can sleep at night. And clearly there's a whole bunch of ladies who want to reimagine history from a certain perspective, but we're going to find out it comes at the cost of something interesting being said. And this kind of goes back to what I was talking about with coming into, let's say, Japanese anime and, translating it in a way that we think is politically correct for our white culture when it comes at the cost of the Japanese voice. So, yeah.
Of course, to be fair to Haynes, I don't think she's saying these women's stories aren't told at all, but that they aren't told well. So let's put this theory to the test. In the Odyssey, Penelope is the wife of King Odysseus. During Odysseus's 20-year absence as he fights in Troy and tries to get home again, many suitors show up to his palace in an attempt to woo Penelope. Penelope doesn't want to remarry, but in the spirit of being a good host, she can't turn them away, and so must watch as her husband's fortune and her son's inheritance is, quite literally, eaten away by their disrespectful guests. In 1,000 Ships, Penelope's perspective is told through letters which she sends to her husband Odysseus. The first letter is sent at the end of the Trojan War, as she looks forward to his return, but as the letters continue, Penelope is increasingly frustrated at his long absence. The letters retell the story of the Odyssey, with Penelope's commentary as she hears the news of her husband's escapades. It's a device which doesn't totally make sense. For one, how do these bards singing to Penelope know about Odysseus's adventures in such detail? And how is she planning on getting these letters to Odysseus?
Shh! If you ask questions, don't ask questions, just consume content. Now, I'm one of those people who it gets super annoyed by nitpickers, right? Super annoyed by nitpickers. But if you claim that you are speaking on some level for a historic or mythological woman, like, try to make sense, try your best to make sense here. So somehow now, if this was like a modern retelling and Penelope is getting like Twitter updates of what Odysseus is up to, and she's getting all, hot under the collar because her man is taking his sweet ass time getting home, fair. But this is a world where one of the things that Dorothy Dennett taught me is that we have no idea what it's like to live in a world pre-telephone. None of us have an idea at all, where you're waiting months, weeks, for any kind of news. And yeah, I would not call the Odyssey escapades. Poor guy was trying to get home ASAP. He went out for milk in Rakan. Need me some owl mail. What you doing right now? I'm still sailing fish. Right? So this, I agree with this, with Kate Alexandra here. It just doesn't work. How am I allowed to make Harry Potter references? Yes, you are. Yeah. Why wouldn't you be allowed to make Harry Potter references, Duck? Can we say Rings of Power is a feminist retelling? You should. You should, Leo. Just say it. Anyway. That's good.
It seems to be that Haynes is drawing on Margaret Atwood's The Penelope ad, which has a similar situation of bards telling Penelope what's happening to Odysseus, but in neither book does it make total sense.
Shh. This isn't about making sense. Sense is the way for the patriarchy to come down on you and take away your fun and your fantasy. Yeah. So no common sense here is required, okay? Like logic and reason have no place in a feminist retelling. These feminist rewritings are great for fantasy and exploring unseen perspectives, but it only really becomes a problem when it replaces dominant history. It's a bit murkier when it comes to mythology. I agree that if it's a fantasy story, and let's say you have Penelope, here, wait a minute. So here's Penelope. This is a fantasy story retelling. She has a Galadriel thing, and she is able to see what her husband is doing over here. So because she has this thing, she gets real-time updates. But it still has to make sense. It still has to make sense. It doesn't matter if you come to me and tell me it's history or if it's mythology. It still has to make sense. How do these bards over here know what her husband is doing halfway around the known world? How? Is that a toilet? It's a scry. Yes, Duck is correct. It's a scrying toilet with no seat and no back basin. I wouldn't mind a view from Penelope, but why are they centered on getting angry at the guy who's escaping Cyclops and angry witches? Because he's having fun. Niet Tovarish. Myth is about basic building blocks of humanity. Feminism being contrary reality cannot but lie about the human condition. We don't even have to hate on feminism to say that it can't fit within the mythological retelling, because the point of the myth is not to support a specific idea about the human condition in terms of a political position, or a fairly recent arrival at a certain position. We just have to be very careful about how we do it. And if we're going to have a feminist retelling of a myth, at least make it so that this makes sense. Like, have enough decency to actually try to attempt to figure out how does he get, like, how does his escapades reach her, and how do her letters reach him? This is like sheer lunacy. This is lazy. And I'm not afraid to call Margaret Atwood lazy in this aspect. This is hand waving away. Well, you know, it's my aesthetic. No, shut up. No. Now, once again, you could come to me and tell me, well, you see, Penelope has a scrying tool and she can actually see what Odysseus is up to. Okay. And so we're going to do a feminist retelling of Penelope nagging at Odysseus through her scrying mechanism. Well, at least the scrying mechanism makes sense now. Well, in the actual epic, the gods told him what was going on back home. Indeed. I guess the gods don't care about Penelope. Anyway, let's keep going. She pulls out something interesting here, but she does point out that this modern writer, who is apparently better than the Greek writers, right? This writer has better moral sensibilities about how women should be treated, is not doing any necessary footwork to give reasons as to why her female character is able to A, know everything about her husband, and B, get her letters to her husband. And yes, this sounds nitpicky, but if you're an author and you're providing a product to a customer, you better, if you have self-respect, you're going to give them the best. Why didn't she throw a bottle into the sea? The gods only care about themselves for the most part in Greek mythology. You're absolutely right, Ben. But they could have remember, this is a feminist retelling, Ben. They're already bending the rules about other things. Why not have one of the goddesses, like Athena, in her corner? And Athena's like, hey, Bish, did you hear about your husband? This is what I just heard, right? There's so many ways that they could have gone about getting Penelope in the loop without this flim-flam reason. Oh, Epic. We're getting to it. You'll see. Epic. You have good instincts there, Epic. You're using your analysis brain. Okay, we're going to get there, Epic.
Bards telling Penelope what's happening to Odysseus, but in neither book does it make total sense. It's worth asking exactly what Haynes is fixing here. What new side of Penelope are we seeing that isn't present in the Odyssey? The Penelope of the Odyssey is a passive character, defined by inaction. She refuses to make a choice as to which suitor she'll marry, as she's hopeful Odysseus will return one day. She promises her suitors she'll marry once she has finished weaving her father-in-law's future about Odysseus's adventures in such detail.
Oh.
And how is she planning on getting these letters to Odysseus? It seems to be that Haynes is drawing on Margaret Atwood's The Penelope ad, which has a... It's worth asking exactly what Haynes is fixing here. What new side of Penelope are we seeing that isn't present in the Odyssey? The Penelope of the Odyssey is a passive character, defined by inaction. She refuses to make a choice as to which suitor she'll marry, as she's hopeful Odysseus will return one day. She promises...
So, at this stage, when I was watching this, I thought to myself, but is this form of inaction in and of itself not action as well? How do we define inaction? Having shape-shifting animal sex, Lovatina. So at this point, I thought perhaps we could read into Penelope a form of action. It's simply not the action that some people might be trained to recognize. And guess what? I was right. All right. TLDR, I was right. All right, let's go.
Her suitors she'll marry once she has finished weaving her father-in-law's funeral shroud. But every day she unweaves it, quite literally nullifying her own actions. She is intentionally, consistently passive. But to assume this makes her weak or poorly written is a disservice to her character. Penelope is clever. While Odysseus is out on his travels telling riddles to the Cyclops and using his clever words to win favour, Penelope is doing the same thing at home, using guile and trickery, like unweaving the shroud, to buy herself time. This is thematically important. Penelope is a mirror of Odysseus. They're cut from the same cloth. There's a scene when Odysseus arrives home in disguise and Penelope famously tests him to make sure he's her husband, checking to see if he remembers how their marriage bed is built. Their reunion feels a bit like that scene where Varys and Littlefinger are having the Battle of the Wits in Game of Thrones. Penelope and Odysseus are the same character type, shoved around by powers beyond their control, forced to be reactive rather than proactive, and gaining power through mertis or cleverness. There's an opportunity to do something really interesting with this parallel, but Natalie Haynes doesn't do that. One thing that repeatedly frustrated me about Penelope's chapters was how little of Penelope we see. Effectively, Penelope's chapters are an opportunity to retell the Odyssey from a woman's perspective, but in doing so, we lose out on Penelope's own life. Effectively, she just becomes the narrator of her husband's feats, with a bit of nagging thrown in.
Isn't that hilarious, chat, right? This goes back to the Veilguard boob situation, right? We want to protect women from being overly objectified, so we removed the boob slider and no one can have above a double D. But in doing so, they eradicate women who wanted to have bigger boobs to represent their lived experiences. In the same way, they want to put Penelope front and center of the Odysseus, but in the process, they actually take away from Penelope and they have her simply as a mouthpiece for her husband's story. It's insanity. Now, if I was going to write a story about Penelope, it would be that of her life with Telemachus, her son, and you would have two parts, right? So you would have the Odysseus part over here. So you would have Odysseus, doing the crazy stuff with the sirens and all of that stuff, stuck on islands and all of that. And then over here, we would have Penelope, and Penelope would be surrounded by all of these guys, and she's got to fend them off until her husband comes home, right? And so she's using her wits to outwit these people and to keep her household afloat as their fortune is literally being drained by these guests that are draining her family's coffers. So this is about a woman who is quietly maneuvering herself into a position of agency, but having the appearance of waiting. And over here, we have a man maneuvering himself into semi-agency in terms of the gods. Not a lot. And just like Penelope, he has to survive things that are being thrown at him. So Epic saying she couldn't use the mechanism of gods testing mortals for Penelope to face her own tests at home is 110% on the money here. Okay? Epic absolutely read the situation correctly. This situation with the suitors is intended to be mirroring the Odysseus stuff. And a good modern writer who's retelling it would simply flesh these situations out, maybe give all of these douchebags here, personalities and give them like more, three-dimensional characters and motivations, and have her genuinely contesting with these people as she remains loyal to her husband. But no. Instead, this woman was literally incapable of, actually really contending with what Penelope had to contend with. Imagine suffering catastrophic attacks from monsters, losing your crew, and being forced to perform heroic feats just to find out your wife was naking your actions for magic mirror at home. Hospitality is vital to the Greeks, especially the gods who grant boons and dues based on hospitality. Imagine having the gods ask for her hospitality. Maybe she turns down Zeus's advances. Exactly. So this is where I'm saying this person by accident. I honestly don't think Natalie Haynes sat down and said, we're going to make Penelope the mouthpiece of her husband. I think people like Natalie Haynes actually think they're doing something clever, and they literally have not stepped back, or they have just a terrible editor, too many yes people in their lives who don't call them out and don't apply reason, or having had applied reason, these people are told to shut up. And no, like Natalie Haynes actually thought this was going to be representative for Penelope, which is just insanity.
We get that classic jealous trope when she gets mad when she finds out Odysseus spent 7 years with the nymph Calypso. In the Odyssey, Penelope gets a lot of time on the page, and a good portion of the epic is dedicated to life at home, as she and her son Telemachus attempt to navigate life with the suitors. In contrast, the Penelope of 1,000 Ships isn't really a character. On the blurb of the book, Haynes claims to be pushing the women, girls, and goddesses at the centre of the story, but if anything, this version of Penelope only exists in service of her husband's story.
Like, isn't that so cringe, chat? Like, oh my lord. I never read that book. Just want to say, never read that book. But holy moly. Like, you have a powerful female character holding her own at home, holding the fort for her husband. And you can't even do that right in your feminist retelling. It is mind blowing. Like, what is going on? Just crazy. Did Zeus try to bang every chick in Greece? Are you counting Hera as in Greece? If so, no. Imagine having a woman that loyal. Yeah. Yeah. And once again, she points out that when they meet eventually, right, he comes in disguised as an old man to test his wife, and she in return tests him. This isn't some archaic kind of notion where she's just lying on a couch needing for the man to carry her off. She's also there to test her man, to protect her virtue in case this person is not the person who she thinks he is. So once again, the women that you find in a lot of these stories are actually surprisingly agential, even if they have on the surface the appearance of not running around doing crazy things all the time. Exactly, Arm. There could be some really cool parallels. I think I think what Kate Alexandra is arguing, Arm, is that is the parallel. That the ship is her household, the monsters are the suitors, and the crewmate is her son and family. She tests him with the bow that only he was strong enough to use effectively. Well, there's a couple things that they talk about. But this is so fascinating to me. You have this feminist retelling, tromping in, being like, oh, yes, yes. Ah, yes, we are here to save the day. We are here to save the day. Okay, let's do one more. We're going to do Helen of Troy. Let's see what happened to what character assassination Helen of Troy endured at the hands of these feminists.
In the Iliad, Helen is, pretty unambiguously, the cause of the Trojan War. She's also one of the few famous women who doesn't get her own perspective in 1,000 Ships, but only appears peripherally in other women's perspectives. Haynes doesn't make her a particularly human or empathetic character. In chapter 16, when she first appears, she's described as swan-like and also inhuman, and is said to be despised by all other women in Troy. She makes a lukewarm defense of her actions and argues that, as a woman, she faces a double standard which her husband Paris doesn't face. I'm going to talk a bit later on about my frustrations with ancient characters being made to argue talking points like these, but we'll put that aside for now. I want to compare Helen's betrayal here to how she's depicted in the Iliad, which is probably her most famous betrayal in all of literature. The Iliad is a poem set during the final year of the Trojan War. It's about death and grief and heroism. It's frankly not the sort of poem we would expect to have any female characters at all, let alone one to give Helen a voice. In fact, I imagine many people who haven't read the Iliad would assume Helen is the villain of the poem. But Helen not only speaks, she's a remarkably complex character. We first meet her as she rushes up to the walls of Troy to watch a duel take place between her husband, Paris, and her former husband, Menelaus. There she meets King Priam, ruler of Troy, who treats her with kindness. Helen doesn't deflect blame. She tells Priam how deeply upset and ashamed she is about being the cause of the war, saying, "I wish I had chosen painful death the day I came here." Priam comforts Helen and treats her like a daughter, and they share a poignant scene as they sit side by side observing the battle far below, talking to each other. There's a moving moment as Helen tries to find her two brothers in the crowd of Achaean fighters, not realizing they're already dead. It's devastatingly sad. Both characters are royal, both are helpless, both are doomed to ignorance. Homer doesn't introduce Helen to insult her, she's there for the pathos. Later, Helen stands up to Paris and even attempts to argue with Aphrodite for involving her in the shameful war. At the end of the epic, when Hector's body is brought back to Troy, she gives an incredibly moving lament for him, saying that he was one of the only people who was ever kind to her. I can't help noticing how the Helen of the Iliad feels so much more sympathetic and complex than the Helen of 1,000 Ships, partly in the fact that she clearly feels bad about the war. I mean, sure, it's not entirely her fault. Many men are far more to blame than she is, but Helen in 1,000 Ships is so quick to write off the blame of the war to other men around her that she feels flat, aloof, lacking complexity, much harder to empathise with than the very human Helen of the Iliad. It feels like a missed opportunity not to give Helen her own perspective, especially in a book that claims to be restoring the lost voices of women. Haynes is bringing a new generation to the myths of Troy, and in doing so she's also framing how new readers will understand the original source material. The marketing and framing of 1,000 Ships would lead the unfamiliar reader to believe that the Iliad and Odyssey don't portray female perspectives. I'm by no means saying that the female representation in these poems is excellent, but it is interesting. The Odyssey is effectively a tale of one man being shunted between powerful women. Athena, Circe, Calliope, even Nausicaa has her voice and agency. Some of the Iliad's most emotional moments come from speeches given by female characters, like the funeral lament given in Book 24 by Helen, Hecuba, and Andromache. Another frustration I'd add is that largely the women of 1,000 Ships still have their lives and concerns centred around men. Aeneas's wife Creusa spends a whole chapter wandering around in search of a husband. Penelope only talks about Odysseus. That's the irony inherent in a feminist retelling. The point of view characters might be women now, but the myths are still about men. Natalie Haynes is very knowledgeable about the classics, and it's a well-written book. The prose is lovely. I just find it frustrating that her book is, for many readers, the closest they'll ever get to actually reading the Iliad or Odyssey, and it might lead them to believe that Homer's epics are war poems exclusively about men.
So, once again, I find this so fascinating because we have the perpetuation of ignorance, and then on top of that, we have a misrepresentation of what women were thinking or might be thinking about other women, and even maybe positioning certain women in very, very two-dimensional ways. So instead of giving Helen of Troy her own voice, you have these other women speaking in on the situation and not giving Helen a chance to be human, not giving Helen a chance to be a human who made a grievous error, right? She did the ultimate betrayal, which is run off with another bro. And in the process, a war was begun, and she wishes she had died. And this kind of positioning doesn't necessarily forgive her, but it does position her as being a complex human with a full set of psychology, including regret. And once again, this does not mean that we're being encouraged necessarily to side with her or to hand wave away what happened. But what I am suggesting is that it is a very human tale that allows for a deeper understanding about what a woman is doing, whereas the retelling ends up actually flattening her character into this kind of powerless person who can't even regret her actions because it wasn't even her fault it wasn't entirely her fault, but she did play a part in it. And it seems like the retelling takes away everything from Helen, including her voice. Is there a retelling of King Arthur from the point of Guinevere that lefties have called feminist? Probably. I'm guessing so, Leo. The author hates beautiful women. Oh boy. Yeah, it does. It's very odd, right? That I would have thought that of all the women that you're going to highlight for the story of the Trojan War, like you're going to have, like the title of the book is 1,000 Ships. And you're not going to cover the woman whose face launched 1,000 ships. Like, it's insane to me. Like, what are these people doing? So anyway, we'll just watch a little bit more to about the 15 or so minute mark. Oh, wait a minute. We are at the 15-minute mark. Okay. I think there was like an ending somewhere here. Oh, yes, here it is. Okay, so we're just 4 minutes away. Wouldn't Helen be discounted because of pretty privilege? Look, I'm a gray wren. I'm a brown sparrow. Okay. If the world of feminine beauty is in bird terms, I'm the plainest bird on the block. And even I'm like, just put her in the book. Who cares? If you're so petty as to take into account a person's looks as having the right or not having the right to have a voice, I think I'd be more concerned about intelligence, honestly. Are you intelligent enough to speak, thoughtfully and not waste my time? How you look doesn't really matter, but I guess for some people on Bracken, that might matter.
Retellings are hard, and corrective retellings doubly so. How do you foreground new voices and present old stories in a fresh light while remaining faithful to myths as widely known as the Greek canon? I think Madeline Miller's The Song of Achilles highlights some of these issues. For the record, I like The Song of Achilles. I think the reason I like it is because it's in really interesting dialogue with its mythic sources. Miller credits her inspiration for the novel with her frustration.
Many seeds grew to make this book. My mother reading myths to me as a child. The teacher taught me Greek. An independent LGBTQ plus bookstore near my house in Philadelphia called Giovanni's Room, filled with luminous, potent stories. I was about to graduate with my classics degree and begin a master's. I was already working my thesis on a topic that long frustrated me, the way that some scholarship dismissed the relationship between Achilles and Patroclus, labeling them good friends. I'd read Plato's Symposium, where Achilles and Patroclus are not just presented as lovers, but the ideal romantic relationship. I was angry at the way homophobia was erasing this reading.
Frustrations over how some scholarship dismissed the relationship between Achilles and Patroclus, labelling them as good friends, despite it being abundantly clear in sources like Plato's Symposium that the classical society viewed them as lovers. This topic would become...
I'd like to get Metatron's input on this one. I feel like I would trust Metatron's reading of that relationship. I mean, the Fujoshi in me is like, yeah, slash them. But I mean, once again, like, we got to be careful because there is a lot of dialogue right now about Greek society that tries to create Greek society as being some sort of LGBTQ plus Garden of Eden. We need to anyway.
Her master's thesis. I think that's what makes The Song of Achilles such an effective book. Madeline Miller is using mythic retelling to make a compelling, original argument. That said, Miller has chosen difficult protagonists. Her Patroclus is sensitive, thoughtful, and unusually kind. Her Achilles is brilliant, gifted, and also unusually kind. The Achilles of the Iliad is a vicious and cruel fighter. He's not particularly similar to the Achilles Miller conjured. How does she adapt the section about the Trojan War while keeping faithful to the myth and Achilles' characterization? Well, she makes some changes. In the Iliad, Patroclus is a trained warrior, but if Miller were to keep this, it would cause some problems. For one, Patroclus would bear witness to the daily brutalities Achilles inflicts as he sacks surrounding towns and cities, slaughtering and enslaving. And so Miller's Patroclus is instead a healer, keeping him both a more likeable character and meaning that the immorality of what Achilles is doing isn't so confronting. But the problem isn't entirely solved. As the warriors raid and pillage surrounding villages, they bring home captive women as war prizes and concubines. Achilles himself captures Briseis. How to square this with Miller's kinder, more sensitive Achilles? Well, Achilles brings Briseis with him as a matter of protection for her, and she gradually befriends Patroclus. I think Briseis' character is a bit flat, which feels like a shame, especially as it's in service of keeping Achilles likeable. But this is not to say I think The Song of Achilles is bad. Frankly, I think it would have been a much worse book had Miller kept faithfully to the Iliad. The Achilles of the Iliad is a hard character to sympathise with, and he doesn't serve the purpose of the story Miller is trying to tell. The reason I'm highlighting this discrepancy in Miller's novel is that I think it's an important example of how retellings cannot be entirely faithful to their source material. These authors must make necessary changes in creating adaptations for a current audience. The beauty of Greek myth is that they are flexible and varied enough to mould to contemporary tastes and speak to different times. Perhaps the best retellings emerge when authors don't feel constrained to merely retread well-known myths, but allow themselves the flexibility of amending, reimagining, and reshaping mythology to meet new ends. In the introduction to her translation of the Iliad, Emily Wilson talks about the challenge of balancing readability for a modern audience while avoiding anachronisms. One choice she makes is to call the Achaeans Greeks. Most translators choose not to do so. The melee of different city-states who joined the fray in the Trojan War weren't linked under any sort of broad national identity, and Achaean is usually considered more accurate as it applies to the geographical location. But, as Wilson says, she considers clarity and readability as more important than this small anachronism. Much like a translator, an author of a retelling must decide what changes are necessary to help a modern audience appreciate aspects of the original source, even if the changes make the work less accurate.
Okay. So let's get into her final takeaway point, which is where I'm going to part ways with her. So, first up, it sounds like what we have here is a wannabe male-on-male authoress, okay? Madeline Miller, I have news for you. There is a whole niche for you, waiting for you to write for them. And in those niches, you can definitely write your guy-on-guy romance. My contention is this idea that Achilles has to be good and Patroclus has to be kind in order to be sympathetic. Because there is a very niche genre you can write for where it's kind of hardcore. And you have the sadistic male gay dom with the submissive masochistic twink. And this is a thing where like people get kidnapped against their will and all sorts of wild shit happens. Like stuff that you like, the amount of trigger warnings on this is massive, right? And there are women who are reading it just fine. So I think to of course your average female is not going to want to read about a sadistic selfish narcissistic guy banging his best friend. But I mean, I personally disagree with her on this case. I think there's something very interesting that could be told about the horrifically immoral gay man with his horrifically immoral gay partner, who also so happen to become victims while themselves victimizing other people. I mean, this is basically Jeffrey Dahmer. So anyway, I just think like you can say something meaningful here. It's just that it's not going to make some gay people look good. But who says that gay people have a monopoly on being good and kind-hearted? Why can't we write about a gay person who's like a complete psychopath? Like, do gay people need to be coddled and have their little hand held? Because, like, Lord forbid we write about a psychotic gay person going out and, like, or bi person, a psychotic bi person going out, raping some women and then coming home and having tender sex with his boyfriend. Like, I know this might sound terrible, but I'm not saying we would see this person as a hero or necessarily as somebody we'd want to emulate. But if you're going to make a commentary on humanity and the human experience, can we not also have that represented? The reality is that these people who are writing these retelling stories are so concerned with protecting the minority group that they are unfortunately rewriting sections of the myth. And I disagree with Kate in the sense that you can make small changes to translation here and there. And like I said, you can play fast and loose with mythology all you want. That like by can, I say you can. That means you are legally allowed to go out and do that. You're socially allowed to go out and play fast and loose with whatever mythology you want to write about, including, by the way, Christian mythology, right? You can go out and have Jesus smoking weed, and making out with one of his fellow disciples. You can do that because you don't live in a Muslim society where, you're going to get whipped or flogged if you call your teddy bear Muhammad. The reality is that you can do whatever you want with mythology, but don't, like I said, don't cloak it as some sort of, I'm speaking for lost voices. I'm making lost voices heard, because you are eradicating the voice of a psychopath, which would be Achilles. You're whitewashing the problem inherent with that relationship. So I think this is an issue, right? She is correct that that people will have to take liberties with retellings. She is correct that translation is not easy. She's absolutely correct on this. But what I don't like is this hand waving that happens where people are like, well, you know, it's a retelling. It's like, no, if you're retelling it, then don't go after other people for eradicating voices when you yourself have just eradicated a voice in pursuit of making a cultural point about LGBTQ. Okay? This woman was angry at the way homophobia was erasing the reading. So she went out of her way to frame the relationship with Achilles and Patroclus as being positive in a world where they were asshole gay people or asshole bis. So you have asshole bisexuals being painted as fuzzy gay people / bi people. Not sure how she positioned this relationship here. Just because she wanted to make a point about a present day problem. So she was eradicating the voices of the past in order to make a comment about the future. And then they have the gall and the temerity to turn around and accuse other people of eradicating voices and minorities. Shut the fuck up. Get out of here. As someone who walks around IRL and touches grass and sees other people, I can say that people both ugly and attractive found love, or at least someone to say I do. Yeah, the ability to speak does not make you intelligent. Pasty brown sparrow. Ben, that's one of my favorite Qui-Gon Jinn. The ability to speak does not make you intelligent. Luminous and potent. Sounds like a potion. Attractive people shouldn't have a voice. But the irresponsible use of those looks launched a war. Absolutely, yeah. I predict they're going to say that the Greek sculptures were so colorful because they represented sexual diversity or whatever. I mean, who knows? Metatron is where I got my information about Aske before and after AC was announced. Yeah, I agree with, I think Metatron trod it very carefully. And I felt like he went into it a bit better. He didn't say that he was a samurai. He said there was a possibility that he was a samurai. But he did not commit to either way. And he was very, very clear about, I recommend anyone who wants to learn about Yasuke and Upas, like whether he was or was not a samurai, do check out Metatron's coverage on it. I actually think it was more even-handed and open about the struggle that they have with sources than most people on either side will admit. Wasn't the Song of Achilles written during a time when there was still a big push for gay rights, so it would make sense to give the relationship a positive light? Yeah, probably. No Greek twink to capture while ransacking a city. Their writing stories were good stories, not a priority concern. Maybe they think they're technically good writers, but their story seems to lack awareness based on what I said. Yeah, and once again, if you want to write about Achilles and Patroclus railing away throughout a war and being all goopy together, that's fine. But don't position yourself as the voice for lost people when you are actually eradicating other people's voices in the process. Like the double standard here is what annoys me more than anything else. Weed Jesus. I will be a voice for those that did not ask me to because they are not alive to ask. Yeah. Yeah. So I will agree with Wooly that we know why Ubislop put Yasuke where he was. And that's where I think the problem lies. If they had him as a samurai on the side, I actually think nobody would care. It was a cash grab, yeah. But I think if they had him on the side and he was more samurai-like than anything else, I actually think most Assassin's Creed players would not care, because most Assassin's Creed players weren't actually playing most of history. What most people were upset about with the Yasuke thing is that they wanted 2 Japanese people leading the story. Not that there was a side bro who had already been, by the way, represented in anime before. Like, anyway, I highly recommend going and watching Metatron's coverage on it. It's actually fairly even-handed, and I thought it was great. Now, we're going to stop here, but she goes on to talk about other things. I haven't totally finished it. I got to a point where she, this part here, where she's talking about the story of Persephone and Hades and Demeter, and how Demeter was misrepresented in this modern day retelling, and how it was actually not really great. So I thought overall this was a very interesting take on Greek myth retellings, and it does highlight certain things that I personally think has happened. Number one, I think that you have a lot of modern day writers running around thinking, I have what it takes to write something meaningful. This is my story. It's my time now. And they literally wear the skin suit. Okay. They're wearing the skin suit of someone else's writings to put forward their own idea. And I think at one point, oh man, let's see here.
While Briseis in The Silence of the Girls feels like she'd happily assimilate to the 21st century, Renault's characters are almost entirely unrelatable, and it creates a wonderfully strange reading experience. This is not to say that Renault's method of writing historical fiction is the correct method. In fact, a lot of this is just my own personal taste speaking. But I'm curious about examining the pitfalls that arise when historic characters are written anachronistically. It doesn't simply break our immersion in the world, but it runs the risk of turning characters into walking mouthpieces parroting particular messages.
See? Did you just hear what she said? These historical characters become mouthpieces for particular messages. Now, you may agree with a Christian message. You may agree with an LGBTQ message, or a message that might somehow encapsulate both. You might agree with a certain political message for, let's say, pro-democracy or anti-democracy. I don't know what you're looking for. But let's all be real here. Some of this anachronistic Greek retelling is literally just to kind of like a Trojan horse, get the message into the viewer's home, which is really creepy and weird and maybe wrong as well. And another, she talks about it as well, is how some of these retellings are so stretched from the original, it's literally just a marketing tool, in the same way that Yasuke is just a marketing tool to make money and to signal to people, oh, this is what I believe, this is what we support. And this is where I think the huge issue is that when it is put in there just to leverage nostalgia or to create a brand, an easy brand, and you have these characters running around with ham-fisted messaging, it feels bad. It's not good, and you're going to piss people off. And therein lies the issue. He's in Neo too. No one really cared. He was a side character in it. Yeah, that's I remember that. And there's an anime show about him, Anxious Psyche. I believe there was an anime show where he was a main character. Development started during BLM. Wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Bureau of Land Management. Because it is in public domain, people write fan fiction they can sell. Oh, epic. You know it. You know it. You know it. The modern telling of Hercules exists in a bubble where Zeus and Hera are a loving husband and wife could easily blame Disney. Absolutely. Once again, a lot of Greek myth is ratchet. How many fanfiction, if any, are good enough to become monetizable? I mean, do you think retellings are fanfiction? What do you think, Wooly? To be fan fiction, a retelling would need to come from a place of love, not ego. That's fair, Willie. I think I could agree with this. Okay, look at this one here. Bella Swan is drafted in to interview the reclusive, enigmatic Edward Cullen, a multi-millionaire CEO of his company. It's an encounter that will change her life irrevocably, leading her to dark realms of desire. Sound familiar? The characters are the lovers in Stephenie Meyer's Twilight, but the premise is the same as 50 Shades of Grey by E.L. James. The erotic trilogy, originally titled Master of the Universe, was posted as Twilight fanfiction on fanfiction.net under the pen name Snow Queen's Ice Dragon in August 2009. They explain it. Now, though 50 Shades itself has been dismissed by many as mommy porn and the great idiot American novel. See? This is my point. Romances like these are not, they're not like hand waved away as being like, okay, like people make fun of them all the time. James is the most commercially successful fanfiction author of all time. After removing references to Twilight from Master of the Universe, a practice known as filing off the serial numbers, I've had this desire to do that to my own as well. E.L. James published the renamed 50 Shades of Grey with Writers Coffee Shop, an independent Australian publisher that was created by fans to commercially publish their work. The results were astonishing. To date, James has sold over 70 million copies worldwide, with $95 million in earnings, thanks to her massive book sales and a 7-figure paycheck for the first movie adaptation. She was the 8th highest paid author in the world, earning $14 million in 12 months, which brings her 4-year total earnings to a whopping $131 million. For better or for worse, E.L. James represents fanfiction in mainstream culture. The success of 50 Shades franchise triggered Gold Rush, with publishers clamoring to find the next big thing in fanfiction. So if you go over here, wait a sec. So this is Inkit. I think we can guess what the main thrust of this site is. The lone white wolf, Luna. His lower hand trailed from my side to my front, peeked underneath my dress. Oh my lord, peeked? Peeked? That is a misspelled, oh my lord. That was enough to snap me out of whatever this was, and I turned quickly to slap him. This is another werewolf, my guess. Alpha assassin. Blood Moon Pack. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is another werewolf. When her mother goes missing on the same day, the world found out about supernaturals. Okay, so that's supernatural. Werewolf. Age restriction, having disturbing scenes. Don't read if you're comfortable. Okay, we're gonna assault, xenophobia, sexual assault, abuse. Oh my lord. Got it. Chat. Oh my gosh. The first sentence isn't even complete. The punctuation here. There should be a comma here. There should be a comma here. There, Oxford comma here. This sentence is not complete. Like, oh my lord. Back out. Back out. 5.0. 3 reviews at 5. No. Okay. Phew. Okay, so this is a bot. All right. We will. Can we? Okay. Wow. Terrible. Oh my gosh. They gave her lower. Yeah. Very good. This person has their head screwed on straight. Thank goodness. Okay. Whew. That was scary. Okay. Omega's cursed alpha twin mates. That's going to be werewolf. Her secret ex-husband. The alpha's rejected. Okay, so you might be wondering, what is this? This is actually something that I actually have a book on. I don't know which book I have in here. Wait 1 second. I might forget. Did I sign in with Google? Good question. Oh boy. We're gonna find out the hard way if I signed in. Manage stories. No. Regrets. Let's see if I can get in here. So anyway, why do I know about this? The reason why I know about this is because they had a whole section where you could write fan fiction, and if you want a fan fiction contest, you could basically get published. They would file the serial numbers off for you. Oh my lord, I actually got in. Wow. Oh. Okay. My profile. Okay, so see? Let's see how people are doing in here. Here's Bella's name and shrieks. What a pack did I hear? 50 Shades sure came from a place of love. Of course it wasn't Australian. System agnostic. Yeah, Epic, you could probably write a story about your person and just like remake all of the clan names and stuff and then publish. Burn EMP all fanfiction back to nothing less. I take my former olive leaf branch back. Some of it's very poorly written, Wooly. Some of it's very, very poorly written. The Alpha Assassin. Party's going to be reading them all. Ben's getting too excited. Ben's like, stop it, please. Fanfiction is the only thing preventing hordes of young adult deviants from our streets. If you mean female deviants, yeah, sure. This is not for, most of this is women, right? Let's all be real. And I'm saying women liberally here. I bet like a portion of these are teen girls. Let them touch grass. I'm imagining a belly with a toupee now. What's with white women and wolves? It's called werewolf's arm. Retarded monkeys. Part of me wonders if werewolves are women's cat girls. Yes. Yes, Willie. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Except for me. I hate werewolves. They're like next door to a dog. Hell no. Hell to the no, no. I will never write werewolf fiction. I hate werewolves. Yeah. So, Night Runners. Let's see. Doop, 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 doop. I guess my first chapter was actually just personae, dramatis personae. This is maps. I think this was a map. Maybe. Will it load? No. It won't load. Well. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. Am I going to be completely free of errors? Absolutely not, right? Let's all be real here. But you could tell why something like what I would read, like stuff that I wrote was not sexy enough. Let's just put it that way. I couldn't do it because there wasn't enough sex in it. Not enough romance in it. But yeah. Would being paid to write werewolf romance result in angry hands? Angry hands. Royal Road isn't much better, LOL. Half the stories have harem tags. Yeah, that's true. Once again, both guys and girls have their stuff, right? Let's not get it twisted here, right? Let's not get it twisted. We're not shitting on women entirely here. Guys have their own little thing, right, Willie? Right? Right, Willie? Right, Ben? Right? Right, Epic? Right? Right, Leo? Psoriasis? Oh my lord, could you imagine? Oh man, and Racken, I would get the eczema, the dysidosis, the psoriasis, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, there comes Ben in for the save. Ben supports Strummer. Yeah, absolutely. I think writing werewolf stuff is cringe. But once again, I know women who love it. They eat it up. And do you know why? Because while the women are usually very competent and know what they're doing, the guys are extremely manly. Like they are werewolf men. Oh my gosh, why did I close it out? We should have just clicked. Let's open it up again. Okay, let's drag this over. Uh 45 reviews. Let's do all time. Ooh, 123 reviews. Leah is a human as far as she knows. Her mother abandoned her when she was 8. But unknown to Leah, her mom is a werewolf and found her mate. After a car accident, which left the one person who's been a constant in her life, her dad, who was killed, Leah has to move in with her mother onto the pack grounds. Alpha Carson has been looking for his mate and is stunned to find out it is the human he has let stay. Leah has a few struggles with the new rules, but what happens when she learns the truth of her family and what she really is? Okay, we're going to skip. All right, we can... Yeah, no. Okay, so it ends with her dad probably getting killed. Okay, she's in hospital. Dad is dead. Mom come to pick her up. Okay, blah, 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 blah. This is how you read this stuff, okay? You gotta speed run this. Jenny. Oh, wow. Talking from blah, 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 blah. Okay. Wait a minute. Going to be completely honest here. I hate the mom. I get that she's now trying to be with her daughter, but she should have fought for her when Leah was still a kid. Instead, she just let Larry raise her by himself. She didn't bother to reach out until 8 years had passed. Honestly, I hate when parents do that. Leave and then come back as if nothing has happened. She thinks she can just swoop back in and have Leah come with her. I hope Leah puts up more of a fight. The same grandparents of Leah, who would have been furious that her mom had a child with someone other than her mate, are now furious to have Leah's existence kept from them. How about some consistency here? See, even women, their brains haven't completely fallen out. Leah. We're trying to find a description of the man. Who is this guy? This person is afraid of paragraphs. I wonder if the guy she was talking there who called her sweetheart is going to be her mate. Wow, I got a reading streak. She's still crying. She's still crying. This is literally making my brain. Chat. this is from a man's point of view. Okay. What I find so fascinating about the werewolf thing is that many werewolf writers will write the werewolf as being separate consciousness from the person. It's almost like they can't handle the dark werewolf desires as being actually part of human nature. This is like bordering, and this isn't even them trying to be furry. But anyway. What's your deal? I asked him. Remember, this him here is his non-entity werewolf self. Nothing, he huffed and sat back in my head with a flop. I couldn't deal with him like this. He was too much of a drama queen. Sorry, everyone. This is... It's this part here, right? Like, would a man be... Like, I guess there are some self-analyzing type men who would... It's just... This comes off as too feminine for me, for a man. Maybe Epic would think some kind of thought like this, or Leo, because we know that they tend more toward a more androgynous or, you know, fluid self-expression. But like, I just feel like a man's... Anyway, you have two wolves inside of you. That's because, like, Wooly is so Chad, one wolf isn't enough for him. How is replying nothing being a drop? Don't ask. Shh, Ben. Oh, Epic inside you, eh, Leo? Drama King. Epic is a drama king. That's great, Epic. Awesome. By the way, Epic, you should hit up Leo, literally. So anyway, I just find that werewolf stuff is just completely wild. It's just not my cup of tea. I'll write Catboys any day. My Catboys are men who are men. They just so happen to have ears and a tail. That is the long and the short of it. But there's none of this inner cat bullshit. None of this like obviously I lean a little bit into the concept of the nocturnal and diurnal cats to create like a two-tier society for stuff. But like, anyway, anyhow, what time are we at? It's now 11 p.m. Yeah. I feel like I want to play something. Maybe we should do a poll. If anyone has to go to bed, now is the time for you to put your pretty head on your pillow and sleep. Early meetings tomorrow. Yes, Party, rest well. I know that Party now has early meetings in the morning, so she has to be responsible. But go slip. Pat. New World of Darkness has the best werewolves in fiction /RPG. Interesting. I did not know that. To me, it seems like it robs the werewolf of the allure by making it two separate entities. I agree, Epic. Like, if you're going to do werewolf, just lean into it, right? Just go whole hog. You're a wolf now. Not going to bed, but reading a cool lit RPG. Thanks for the stream. Thank you, Arm, for coming. Have a lovely time with your cool lit RPG. If you're in, you're royal in the Discord, aren't you, Arm? You should share your lit RPG in the book chat so we can see what you're reading. There is a video about lit RPG, but we'll probably not tackle it until next week. But anyway, what am I going to play? Let's see. Oh, that's by Jim Butcher, right? Ooh, KOTOR 1. We could spin that up. We could spin that up. Let's see. Play that for like an hour. I read one, the first book of Dresden Files. I got serious heebie-jeebie, but it was very good. It was very good. Oh. Wow. Okay. Okay. That's quite interesting. We got some interesting things happening here with the screen, everyone. So just bear in mind with me here. We're going to try to fix this little issue, hopefully. Hello? All right. Uh-oh. Wait for the program to respond. What is it doing? Guys, it's messing up my monitors like crazy. Okay, we're going to close the program for a second here. Okay. Holy crap. It did a number on a bunch of different things. Like my main monitor. Uh-oh. We got a problem. Steam, Willie. You didn't accidentally open Disney's KOTOR, did you? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to say this, chat, but I've lost access to my window bar. Yeah. I'm going to see if I can raise my task manager, but for some reason... Restart. Yeah, but if I restart, I'm going to be popped off stream. I kind of might have to restart though, chat. Okay, chat, I'm gonna have to, like, I can't even access the bottom bar on any of my monitors. Control Shift Escape. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay. We've regained something here. Okay, so let's take a look at this. So this is my Knights of the Old Republic version. How do I fix it so that it won't do weird shit when I... Should I go into properties, maybe? Okay, so I got things back. I will not save that. We'll exit out of this. We'll move this over to here. The Disney version thing was a joke? Oh. Okay. Sorry, Ben. I didn't get your joke. Maybe because I was a little over-focused here. Wow, Ben. You've let me down. What is this bullshit? What is this bullshit, Ben? We talked about this. Yeah, so my computer did fine. Okay, so something will have to change. Something will have to change. I'm going to... We're going to see what I can do here. I might have to practice playing this like off stream. I might have to do this off stream to set it up in order to play it. Sadly. Build. LOL. It would be, that would kind of be Google Coder 1 community patch. Okay, so this is what I found. Wooly, does this look like the right one? KOTOR 1 community patch. This looks kind of right? I downloaded this file. And where do I put this? Run install.exe and navigate to your K1 install folder. Extract. Okay, so extract, then run the install. Okay. So first off, we're going to check. Oops. Wrong lever. We're going to check the properties. Where is it? Okay, good. I didn't put it on my C drive, so that's good. That's good. Okay, we're just going to sit here. Like I said, I might not be able to actually play it this time around. What else could we play? What else could I play? I do have Dragon Age Origins here. I have I'd kind of like to go in without a preconceived notion epic. Disco Elysium. Yeah, that's true. I have that as well. maybe if we play on the night. Okay, so let's play KOTOR on another night, and what we will do is we'll find the trailers and then watch them and then lead into playing it. Just because this looks like I might have to mess around on my computer, and I'm not sure if I'd like to do that on stream. But thank you to Wooly for letting me know about that. Now, what else did Wooly... Origins also needs a community pack? You kidding me, Smee? What is wrong with these people? Oh, hello, Theorybind. How are you doing? How's it going? We're finding out that a lot of games are terrible because they need patches. I recall playing Dragon Age without a patch. What are the patches for? Ancient games don't know what to do with modern hardware. Yeah, that's true. Okay, Epic. Maybe what we will do is we'll look and we'll post it onto Discord, the trailers that I should watch, and then I'll set up a day where I can definitely play that. Final Fantasy IX's Mogiri mod. Interesting. What about the modern masterpiece, Dragon Age Veilguard? I don't want to lose money to that. Hail to the no. To the no. No. The answer is no. My name is no. My number is no. My sign is no. Hmm. Well, I mean, we could just call it, and then on Wednesday, maybe do a thing where we... First one is to enable large RAM and VRAM usage. After that, Origin needs a bug balance and fix. A lot of abilities simply don't do what's written in there. I think I already have VRAM usage going, Willie, for some other game. A lot of abilities simply don't do what's written in their description. Wow, false advertising. I will make sure to mark them in order. Whoa, that sounds like there's a lot of them. Holy crap. You could go to bed at normal hours? I could, Willie, and I could lie there for hours on end and just daydream while listening to music. I could do that. I could definitely do that. But I will not be sleeping. That I do know. No, it's not going to be happening. One way or the other, I'm going to be up. Sadly. It is what it is. But that's okay. I'll figure it out. Read some Dresden Files. I don't have them handy. I only have one book. Or some Moss. I don't have that either. Books are expensive, Leo. I don't live in a nation that offers easy access to pirated material. That's for sure. Okay. Are you still playing 14? I am indeed, Theory. Absolutely. I have not yet opened the Alliance raid. I'm halfway through the first arm of the normal raid. I'm not yet done. I've not yet started the Alliance raid or the new expansion. I'm hoping to do the new expansion soon. And the Alliance raid, but I haven't done them yet. I've been focusing, bizarrely enough, on the new Glamour Dresser stuff, Theory. Because I've been kind of interested in just kind of managing the Glamour Dresser a little bit better. So that's been really good. That's been very chill. I've been needing more chill experiences because of work. So yeah, basically there's that. So I've been keeping it relatively chill. I've been playing that. I've also been programming. I don't know if you noticed, Theory, but I'm hoping I got Theory right this time, but I've been programming a game, and it kind of looks like this. So yeah, so I've been working on this game here. This is the load screen. It technically has 3 scenes, and it will have a very simple gaming style, but it's teaching me how to do save and load functions. Oh, wow. You get to platinum, Jonathan? Whoa. That's crazy. I pirate most things? Yeah, Leo. You live in Argentina. Gurn is Canada for sure. Yeah. Some seasons I get to Crystal. Wow. Jonathan, congrats on that. I've never tried. I'm going to be real. If I went into ranked, I'd probably get like blacklisted. I would probably get blacklisted. So like how often do you play every day, Jonathan? What have you been up to, Theory? What have you been doing? Or I wonder if this will open up. Did you pass on diving in? Oh, good question, Theory. So I don't know if you're caught up on right now my life, but my revisions have been taking up a large portion of my mental capacity. So it's been a bit tough for me to even play normal games. Sometimes at night I'll play a bit of Final Fantasy XIV or I'll do programming. I struggle a little bit with, you are right. I do struggle with the graphics of WoW quite a lot. I think the problem for me is I don't feel close to my character. I don't care about my character. And I don't find my character attractive. Wow. Okay. No. 17 point something mega. Oh. But speaking of which, we can actually pop in. I wonder. I was going to open up Arknights, but no. I wonder if I can get into WoW. Well, truthfully, Dontrell's mismanagement hit me hard. Not really the typical arguments you'd have heard, so I took a break. Still coaching my protege to Savage EX Prague. Oh, wow. You're actually coaching someone? A couple hours before and after work, but it's hard for me to climb on ranked because of my work schedule, so I either have to climb fast right out the gate or struggle to find games later in season. Oh. I don't like that thing YouTube does where it makes a link of a video seconds into the... Oh, is that what's happening for you, Epic? Wait a minute. What am I looking at? Wait a minute. Okay. Oh, right. Yes. Right. Yes. Wow. I can't even. Okay. Am I stupid tonight? Am I stupid tonight? Can I not click on a launcher and just have a launcher work? Yeah. I'd be okay with Arknights, like loading it in, but the music is so darn loud. Like, can we turn the music down while we load it in? The answer appears to be like, no. Ugh. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Shift tab to exit the game, open controls, and more. Oh my lord. Okay, let's turn this down. Wow. I read the screen. Okay. I was smart. Well, I was smart. I did it. Okay, let's read what people said here. What mismanagement are you talking about, Theory? I'm curious to hear that opinion from you. Bit with a consolidation for rank CC to 1 DC, I'll be able to find games at all time. Oh, right. So they're going to consolidate all ranked CC players into like you will never run out of players to play against, Jonathan? Is that the idea? I also looked at the War Within video. Did not convince me at all, especially compared to previous expansion movies. Was that the one with the woman talking to her daughter? But I've heard dungeons and raids are great as always in WoW. Ben says no. I think he's answering my question. My internet, Ben will attest, my internet has been horrific as of late. We can't even go into issues I had with the V Rising game. It just much sadness. I've been persecuted. My Canadian internet is just absolutely abhorrent. Just terrible. I will say one sad thing about YouTube streaming is that you can't switch the topics of what you're doing. You're kind of like set in stone. So if you change your mind and you're like, oh, I want to do this thing now, it's kind of tough to go in and change that. I basically ranted. I uploaded it, haha, but like, you're a writer too, so you'd probably appreciate Legion information given to players versus TWW, etc. Just not showing or telling. Right. What? You got the scythe back? Oh, right. Yes, that's right. The scythe is back now. Ben has been farming hard in V Rising, everyone. He's girding his loins for Dracula. I've been doing nothing but delves and WoW, and in FF14 I'm starting to grind away at the raids, though at this particular moment it's cafe time. Oh, well, I hope you have a lovely time at your cafe, Epic. Maybe after stream I'll run oh wait a minute, I probably can't. I don't think I can actually come and visit you because we're stuck. I don't think we can go across. You have 2 morning stars. Another one dropped. Whoa. Is V Rising online only? You can play your own personal game if you want to, Leo. You don't have to share it with others, but it's an option. Legion, Varian telling you disasters come, action sequence. The war within, people looking at camera, Xalatath giggles. Okay. So Epic, you said, truthfully, DT's mismanagement hit me hard. So what is DT there? Is that not Dawntrail? What does DT stand for? Mods are down for the patch, so everyone has been vanilla and still decided to show up, which surprised me. I think you mean Theory Bind. Yes. Double thrust. Double thrust mismanagement? Oh. Oh my gosh. This is clearly my chat is messing with me and taking advantage of my autistic mental self here. Willie, did you accept my friend request? Oh, hello, R.A. Morley. I hope you're having a good day. I'm at nighttime right now. This is the end of Sunday for me. So I'm heading into a week of more revisions, more edits from my client, more teaching. And I hope that this week my head and emotions and hormones will be more under... will be more, you know, I don't know. Yeah. Will be more manageable, shall we say. Manageable. Yeah. Yes, Marley, manageable, exactly. Yeah. Usually I don't get this bad, but once or twice a year, maybe, I get really haywire. So this past week has been a bit rough mentally. For me, I semi-retired. I don't think Yoshi P is being honest. Do you think he lied at some point? I didn't feel lied to. But I went into Dawntrail with much lower expectations. Could I have written Dawntrail better? Sure, yeah. I think, however, people... I'm trying to phrase this as nicely as I can. I think that while Dawntrail has problems and could be tweaked to be better, and I think I would have gone about it differently, for sure. That doesn't mean it's a complete failure. It's not the failure that some people, I think, make it out to be. And I think it feels longer because there was less solo duty stuff that should have happened. I think the mistakes it largely made was due to pacing and not having enough fighting per quest. But if you look at the actual layout of the MSQ and the length of time between trials and dungeons, it's actually not much different than others. it comes off as more tiresome because of how some characters were written in terms of being too obvious, and like I said, the pacing is off because there wasn't enough interaction. I think it leaned a little bit too much into laying the foundation, which works for some people, and it didn't bother me as much, but I could see where some people might struggle with it, for sure. Yeah. Theory, I think I would even say seven, sure, or like a 6, right? A 6 isn't a failure either. Yeah. Okay, so this is where I think Jonathan actually might align more with me on this one. I think it goes back to Shadowbringers, and I have a whole tinfoil hat thing. But basically, I think people are so... anyway, I can't go into it. All I can say is I think Dawntrail suffered from a general malaise that is, let's not sugarcoat it here, that is CBU3 needs to deal with. So the general malaise, and we all know that there are some people like Willie who are unhappy with other things. But for those of us who are happy generally with most things, there's a general malaise among people that has been building up for a period of time. And when Dawntrail came out with all of its warts, because it is not as good as as Endwalker and Shadowbringers, I think a lot of people lost it. But here's my consideration. Here's my issue, right? You can imagine that Dawntrail, out of what it could be, Dawntrail is a 7 out of 10. But I think a lot of people talked about it like it was a 4 out of 10 because they're trying to compare it to something that it could never be, which is something like Endwalker or Shadowbringers, right? We can't compare it to Shadowbringers and Endwalker because it's nothing like that. We should be comparing it more to Realm Reborn and Stormblood. Those are more feasible to compare it to. But I would suggest that Stormblood, for all of its narrative flaws, and A Realm Reborn, for all of its narrative flaws, once A Realm Reborn was fixed in Endwalker, I think the pacing for A Realm Reborn got better. Whereas the pacing for Dawntrails, it feels like they didn't look back and realize what worked in A Realm Reborn and Stormblood. So the pacing for all 3 stories is a bit off, but you feel like you're doing more things in A Realm Reborn and in Stormblood. You have a lot of solo duty stuff, you're killing things a lot, and in Dawntrail it feels like there's a lot of moments where you're just hearing some characters say the same thing for the 10th time in a row. I think that's where the issue really comes down to, is there is some issues with how the story was shared, and it's just, there's not, it is lacking. I will agree. Theory, 7 out of 10. I would even I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. It could even go a bit lower than that. Willie. Let's see. I may not have, I'm going to be frank, I may have to log back out and we'll see. Okay, wait a minute. Oh boy. Okay, wait a minute. No, I don't want to go in here. Ah, damn it. This is what happens. I should have... I'm trapped. But remember, I'm not tied into Bozja. Like, I didn't feel the loss of Bozja, because I came in during the end of Shadowbringers, so I didn't feel that. So once again, I'm not like one of those people who's like, oh no Bozja, like I don't get that. I wish my friends well, and I recognize my requirement of 14 to have a great story isn't everyone's requirement. Well, I mean, it's a requirement for me, but I wouldn't rate it a 3 out of 10. Yeah, I wouldn't rate it a 3 out of 10. That to me is a bit harsh. If Shadowbringers and Endwalker to me is a 9 out of 10 for a story, then I would put it at maybe a 6. I think it's competent, but there were areas where it wasn't great for me, but it didn't there were some things I would have changed, but I wouldn't have rated it at a 3 out of 10. Did I forget to bind my account? Here's the thing, Willie. Yes. I don't want to bind it to Facebook. Willie, did you bind yours to Facebook? Or did you just make an account with what's their faces? How did you bind your account, Wooly? WoW can get away with shit story because it focuses on gameplay. I agree, Jonathan. This is why I think it is really good to call out and let Square Enix know that they didn't do well and that they could do better next time. But I wouldn't necessarily say that it is a 3 out of 10. I feel like that's a bit extreme. I'd rate Dawntrail as above Heavensward? Really? I would not put it above Heavensward. Yeah, that, no. Yeah, that's a little bit, that's, no. Okay, wait a minute. I'm fixing it. I'm fixing it, Wooly. I got it. Yeah. I'm making it. I made it via email. I'm gonna log it in. Facebook is so 2010, bro. You're absolutely 110% right. If you haven't played FF9 yet, I'd recommend playing it since like 10 years ago. Might be my favorite playthrough of 9 yet. Really? Theory, I'm going to be honest, I have never played any of the old stuff. So guess what? I am actually working on Final Fantasy II. Yes. Sorry, folks. Just verifying my just sending it to my inbox. Okay. There we go. Content requests, just checking here. Oh, thank you, Epic, for the whole list. Okay. Third. Okay, so there's actually only 3 videos. Awesome. Okay, awesome. Oh, all right. Oh. I accidentally pulled my headphones out. I'd rate. Okay, so I have to. I'm just disagreeing with a lot of people on the stream tonight. So I think 3 out of 10 is a bit low, but I think anything above a 7 is too high for Dawntrail. I put it as like a solid 5 or 6. To me, that's not a fail. It's just average. It's okay.
How about a mug of hot water? You seem a little pale.
Do I seem a little pale? What about you, good sir? Yeah, absolutely, Theory. I'm going to check to see if I have FF9. I'm going to check to see it, but I'm working right now through FF2. I finished FF1. I beat Chaos. Chaos. Jump on the FF7 train. I'm hoping to jump on a lot of trains. I'm sorry, the dragons of FF14 are leagues above GOT, but they're not like the dragons of WoW or D&D. They seem less impactful. Oh, I don't know. I liked the intricacy of what they were saying about leadership, and I think Preach's analysis of the parallel between Hraesvelgar and Amaric was particularly insightful. It's a beautiful game. Yeah, I've never played FF7. Already rated FF9 and 9 out of 10 for my previous 4 playthroughs, and this past week I've been so impressed. What a joy, truly. Yeah, it reminds me of a true FF story involving Alexandria and Sphene. I've been listening to the music from FF9 Theory. There's a particular soundtrack that I loved from FF14, so I went to the FF9 soundtrack and I hunted it down. It was really good. This is Totter. Yeah. He does kind of look like Thancred Theory. He does, yeah. Each FF has a thing. FF4 has Cecil and a dark story. FF6 has magic. Anything outside those 3 videos are spoilers? Okay, then I won't click on anything else. Yeah, so I would probably give Dawntrail a 5, probably, or a 6. It's not great, but it's not a complete fail, but definitely I would have written it more differently. I don't even know why I'm clicking on this. I have no clue. It has a red thing on it. New. I'm so confused. Wooly, help me. Why am I clicking on this? This is updated. Oh! Where's my next click step? Maybe that's all I have to do. Nope. What am I doing? Is it trying to tell me that there's like more info? This drives me nuts. Oh my lord. Is there like a zoom function in on this thing? No? No. Okay. I'm going to ignore that. I'm going to ignore it. I'm going to ignore it. Okay. Exclusive events. Claim. Sure. Why not? Mail. Collect all. Delete red. Okay. Signing in? Do I have anything? No? Oh. Alright. Uh-oh. There's something weird going on in my base. Nidhogg doesn't compare to Deathwing for me, neither on scale of power on the tragedy of their fall. Nelfarion was bound to Earth, but the old gods were living in. His fall was more than grief. Oh, I watched my friends do Sphinx EX for about 10 hours. Dawntrail music did not disappoint. I still have Skydeep Cenote. Yeah, okay, so if we're going to talk about good things when it comes to... When it comes to the music, the atmosphere, and general stuff, I would say yes, there's... like, that stuff was good. But okay, so I gotta take them off. Where do I put them? How do I take them off? X. Assign. Put lava in there? Who is this person? Don't know.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
I'd rather be alone.
Yep. Well, you're on your own now. Shut the f up. Should we put robot in here? Let's put the robot in here. Where's the robot? Confirm.
Very much appreciate the interior structure of this room.
Oh, do you?
Conducive to sound propagation.
You want something to drink, Doctor?
Okay, let's confirm
If
that.
no one's gonna do anything about this door, I'll just fix it myself. Hey,
Okay.
Revenant, get the hell out here and start working.
I'm just doing shit. Okay? Like I have no clue, chat. Gonna be honest. Okay. Collect everyone's trust. Okay. Emergency. Stop trade. How do I stop trade? How do I stop trade? Willie? So theory... I'm probably going to do one film, like one video on the stuff I liked about Dawntrail. Then I'm going to do a video on the stuff I didn't like about Dawntrail. And I'm going to be frank, like what they were attempting to do with the final zone and stuff. It was a good idea, but just like if you were there for my playthrough, you could see that I was struggling with connecting. I there was even some like cultural misunderstanding as well, and it just, yeah, there were issues. I do have issues. So I am going to be covering all of my issues in a video, for sure. I have never cleared an extreme theory. Maybe one day I will come to you for mentorship. It's so nice of you to mentor someone, honestly. They are very lucky. Mm-hmm. But did you see theory that WoW is giving player housing to its players? So I'm hoping that there's enough going on in WoW that will kind of light the fire. I also didn't like the mom. I thought Erenville's mom at one point felt very... Oh, anyway, I'll get into it eventually. So what kind of person are you mentoring, Theory? Are they like a tank, a healer, or DPS? Okay, I'm going to be looking at Wooly's words right now. Wooly is giving me advice here. Remember, this is a mobile game. Okay, this is a mobile game. You need to make gold in the factory. So should I delete this? Where do I... What do I do with this? Go. Okay. Collect? I hope I'm doing this right. Collect. Did I do it? Did I do it? I think I did it. The green card. Go. Green card. Green card. I did that. Precious metals. I did data. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back. Yeah, I'm making drill battle records. Max it out? Okay. Uh-oh. It's red now. It's red. Is red okay? Is red good? Am I doing this wrong? What's maxing it out mean? I feel like this is wrong. I feel like Wooly does not mean for me to do this. I'm gonna go back down to... I feel like... Goal is to automate factory production. Okay. Martin Warrior. What's up? But it's telling me to stop trade. What do I do? Okay, Theorybind says she plays Dragoon main right now, but I know most of the jobs. Theorybind actually comes from my concept of theory binding your keybinds. The idea of investment up front for long-term success. Interesting. I also created what I call the forecast model to eliminate stress when assessing your group's potential for success. Wow. I am really impressed by that because I feel like that could probably help you assess the strengths and weaknesses of any group you end up with. So yeah. It's telling you that there's no gold to trade. Oh, okay. Oh. Willie, I am so not. Okay. Let's do gold. Let's do this. How about that? Yes. There. It will be good now. Yeah. Thank you, Wooly. Your patience is rivals that of Saint Monica. Praying for patience and for wayward children. That is basically Wooly with me. Martin is writing an essay on Sir John A. Macdonald. Wow. Oh, wow. Are you doing pre-writing for that, Martin? Ghostface trailer for MK was phenomenal. MK? I feel like if I wanted to do healing, I'd probably have to go to you for advice theory. Okay, let's go in here. You finished your pre-writing? Okay, that's good. What am I doing? Where am I at? Okay. Blockade running. Just writing now. It's a guest character in Mortal Kombat game. What? To be honest, when you make a good outline, I find it easy to write the actual essay. Oh my gosh. You have reached the path of enlightenment. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm literally going to make Wooly start having heart attacks. Old man heart attacks. This is going to be terrible. Here?
Understood.
Maybe not. Nope. Nope. Cancel. I'm gonna just wait. I'm gonna wait. No. Cancel.
Everyone, get ready for battle.
Yeah, why not? This is gonna be terrible. Wooly's growing gray hairs as we speak. We'll put him here.
I've got this.
Probably should have Amiya out. I'll put her this way. Wait a minute. Put her this way. Do I have a healer in this group? Yes, I do, actually. I'll put him. Yeah.
You'll pay for that.
There we go. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah.
I fight for the glory of Laterano.
I'll show them what I can do. I'm right here, Doctor. Here. I'm right here, Doctor. I hear someone crying.
I hear someone crying. What do you say to that, Wooly?
You'll pay for that.
Step 1, deploy vanguards. I failed that. You're getting warm fuzzies? Okay. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad you're getting warm fuzzies. It's my last assignment for this one class, actually. Yay, Martin! Awesome! It was pretty hype when they released War. Okay, I should.
You'll pay for that.
Okay.
I fight for the glory of Laterano.
You'll pay for that. Are you afraid of me?
You've all done a great job.
You'll pay for that.
Ooh. I don't know if I'm doing this correctly. But here we go.
You'll pay for that.
My people are dying! Oh! Oh, I think we'll just make it. We just made it! Oh! The amount of people that were dying! It's about John A. MacDonald and forging a national identity, so at least it's not woke and wanting me to write about how racist he was and stuff like that. Oh, that's good. That's good. I'm glad to hear that you can at least sort of get behind your essay. The worst thing is when you have to write an essay that you're like 100% not behind. Okay, let's see if I can do the next one. Yeah, I might actually come to you, Theory, about tips on my White Mage gameplay, because I'd like to heal an EX one time, but I'm at absolute failboat. Absolute failboat. I have very little spatial abilities. Okay, mixed enemy troops are coming from the west. Okay, so when I go in, I have to put down my vanguard first, right, Wooly? Good night, little brother mine. Epic wrote a lot of pro-weed essays. Yeah, I kept on the topic of, you know, focusing on the actual writing and literature. So Theory has been playing FF9 lately. I want to play, what is it, FF10, I think. Okay, so we got to sit here and wait, and then we put him here. Let's put him here. Here?
Understood.
This is utter failboatness. Utter failboatness. I probably should have put him... anyway. Okay, I'm gonna do it this way. And... oh, Lord. The failboat continues.
Okay.
I don't even... Okay, you know what? I'm gonna put this here. I'm gonna put Amiya down soon after. Maybe I shouldn't wait for Amiya, but I'm gonna go do it. Okay, I'm putting her there. Was that a mistake? I don't know.
You'll pay for that.
Should I? Should I be putting that here? Can he reach? I'm so confused. Pretty good so far. I'm not sure about this fox boy. I'm not sure where to put him. I'm going to be frank. Should I put him above? Okay, you know what? Actually, I'm not going to push their ultimates until the people come in, right? We're going to wait on this. Yeah. Okay, here we go.
I will follow your orders. Locked on. My resolve rise with my spear.
Okay. I'm gonna wait until the big guys start moving in. Okay, here come the big shots.
You'll pay for that.
Okay, here we go.
I'm right here, Doctor. Are you afraid of me? Meow.
See? That sounds like you, Wooly.
Not one step backward.
Am I gonna lose somebody? Oh boy.
You'll pay for that.
I don't know.
Yeah, you've all done a great job.
One of the things I've been struggling with Final Fantasy II is sometimes knowing where to go next. And that makes me feel stupid, but there, I admitted it. I can reach out to you on your X with my contact, if that's acceptable. Sure, Theory. Absolutely. Yeah, you can reach out to me on X. Yeah. My DMs are open, LOL. I'm not super famous or anything, so I'm pretty, you know, common issue with early FF games. Yeah. And like some days I'm okay with just rambling around, but some days like I just want to enjoy a story. I know. So that's where I am with Theory on this one, where story matters a lot to me. Story gives me incentive to play more. So for me, even though, in my opinion, Dawntrail represents not the best of what could be, I'm waiting to see where they go from here on out with the patches, because I think that will also firm up how bad or how okay this patch will be, like this whole expansion will be. But I haven't played the new stuff yet, so I don't know if they're going to shift away from certain characters, if we're going to see other parts of lore start expanding, like World of Darkness. I actually don't mind the Zero stuff, so for me, I'd like to actually go to the other alien worlds and other reflections. So I'm wondering if we're going to see a pivot. That's something that I'm... am I on the twatter? I am. Wait 1 second here. So if you actually go to this, if you click on the description for this live stream, you'll see a yikes. Now, I'm going to be honest, I don't spend a lot of time on Twitter. But this is my Twitter. So, if you haven't friended me on Twitter, feel free to follow or reach out to me and chat with me there. Yeah. So I am on the twatter. I am on the twatter, Wooly. This is me on the twatter. Look at me. In my pale-faced glory. I only cleared 2 once, and the bonus dungeon obliterated me. Oh my lord. I did 1 dungeon with cactuses, and let's just say the normal raid, the second normal raid with Be My Honey, the bee lady, that got spicy. We died so much. I felt like I was back floundering in A Realm Reborn, barely understanding what a dot was. Same name. Kind of same name. Here. Hopefully that will help everyone here. It's in the live streamed description, Wooly. Oh wait 1 second. I'm sorry. Let me see here. Settings and privacy. Notifications. Verified. Okay. Okay. I switched. Can someone try to reach out to me? I switched to verified users. That's fair, right? That surely must be fair. Okay, so I switched to allowing verified users. So you should be able to reach out to me now. Sorry about that, Theory. You're not verified? Oh, okay, wait 1 second. I'll switch it even further. Okay, so I've updated it, so you should be able to message me now. But I'm just going to switch. I'm just trying to see if maybe I have multiple. Okay. This is kind of nutty. Should be able to wait a minute. I'm just realizing that maybe I have to. Sorry. Good heavens. Sorry, everyone. Oh, my lord. Oh, my Lanta. Okay. I'm gonna just check. All right. Okay, I got in. Oh my lord. Woolly Raven Grey. Wow. Who could that be? I'll follow you back, Woolly Raven Grey. Okay. Theory Bind, you should now be able to message me in your DMs. Good morning, Johnny. How's time looking? Asks Ben. Good question. Okay, let's just play a few more episodes because I'm in the mode right now. More or less.
I'll come with you.
Okay. So I feel like we want to put this bro here.
Here I come.
This is probably a mistake. But we're going with this. We're going with it. I wonder if I could put her down here and then go up here. Yeah. I'm gonna put that there. I don't know. Am I following the same old strategy? Maybe I am. Why, if it's not broke, why fix it? Feel like I'm gonna do that. Ugh. I placed the other person wrong. Yikes. Okay, wait a minute. Cancel. Put him. Ugh. Ugh. Yikes. Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I can still fix it. I fixed it. Fixed it. Okay. Maximum damage.
Alright.
I can't wait any longer.
No move can escape my sight.
I will follow your orders.
Okay. It's a tower defense theory.
I will follow your orders. Gotcha.
Here we go. Don't get carried away.
Come on, fire!
Freeze! I'll show them what I can do. I'm right here, Doctor. I know what you're thinking.
指示に従うよ。体に違和感があったらすぐ教えてね。
Uh-oh.
We'll pay for that.
Okay.
行け！私たちの実力を見せてあげよう。I'll show them what I can do.
指示に従うよ。気分は良くなった？
Got it. I fight for the glory of Laterano.
Wow. I survived somehow.
We have the doctor's orders to thank for this.
So theory, you should be able to reach me theoretically in messages. I've opened my inbox to everyone. Okay, we have started a conversation, theory. Fantastic. I look forward to tips and tricks. I will reach out to you. But if you have anything off the cuff that you'd like to say about White Mage specifically, And maybe I'll explain to you my setup and stuff. That guy looks like Alpha No 2. Yeah. Did I finish? Oh, I'm starting a new chapter. Wow. Okay, no wonder. The battlefield is narrower than before, and the enemies have gotten stronger. Uh-oh. Make sure your operators have been upgraded before entering battle. Map? Oh, yikes. Okay. Enemy info. Okay. Okay. So let's go to my operators. I like upgrading the boys for obvious reasons. I hate women. I want only boys on my team. That's my goal in this game, to have an all boys team. Get the bitches out of here. Like I for some bizarre reason, I pulled this chick. I was screaming at Google, I'm a female. I want a guy. I want Logos. I don't want whatever this is. But anyway. Here we go. Should I, like, push everyone up to 20? Should I push everyone up to 20? Maybe I should get everyone up at least to 10. Like, she's not even at 10 at this Kate. So, like, we'll just level her up. She is cute, though. I will admit, she is very cute. She's very cute. She's like the cute version of me. I think she's on my team. Should I push them all up to 20?
Thank you.
Don't level. Oh, okay. Never mind. Backing. Going back. Okay, I'm not leveling. Not leveling. You didn't see that, Willie. It didn't even happen. Okay, we won't level. Start. Okay. Willie has to go to work, so we're on our own. Is the sky getting darker? Uh-oh. There's a catastrophe is going to happen. The shape of the catastrophe cloud is more clearly defined than the black haze it was before. Wow, we get a picture. To make things worse, reunion goons might be lurking in every nook and cranny. This is like Guild Wars 2 level of dialogue. Because they have to explain to us, because they're not actually showing us what's happening. So they have to tell us these things. Drives me nuts. Sorry, I'm not good with this stuff. It's fine. It's just that trying not to laugh is hard. What? Sorry for trying to make a joke at such a serious time. Okay, it's okay. Rhode Islands wasn't founded for the sake of having everyone keep a serious face. What is this conversation? We've always wanted everyone to be able to smile. Oh, Mia. Ah, don't worry about it. Okay, so let's help out with the scouting. I'll quietly dispatch the enemy at our 4 o'clock. Hopefully their diseased organs won't explode or be rigged to serve as some kind of alarm. See? They have to tell us, like, this would, anyway. I'm trucking. I've been told it will get good. We'll wrap around and take care of the large group on the other side of the fortification. With much chaos around us, no one knows a little more noise. All All right, let's move out. This is like listening to a radio show, and they have to tell you what's happening because otherwise you wouldn't be able to know.
Let's go make some noise.
Half an hour. Okay. All right.
I've got this.
All right.
Okay.
Uh-oh. All right. So we're going to put her here.
Understood.
Just gotta knock 'em all down, right?
Like a shadow. All right. Freeze! 来た来た。当たらないよ。
Got it.
Locked on.
Ooh. Wow. She nearly did it.
Got it. Freeze! Here we go. How to nail this? You'll pay for that.
I fight for the glory of Laterano.
Here. 準備万端だよ、このおバカ。うちの子たちをいじめないで。
ドクターはきっと僕らを勝利に導いてくれる。
Not one step backward. Are you afraid of me?
Mission accomplished.
Wow. Supreme leader is shonen protagonist in a dystopian apocalypse. Yeah. I'm fine with that. I can understand why they did what they did, and I can forgive them. Those who don't protect themselves are easily hurt by others. Moreover, the infected often can't even trust each other. Not everyone is able to stomach the kind of risks that we take either. Clinic for the infected? Azazel. They were a black market clinic that only provided services to the infected. Given the social status of the infected, they couldn't openly reveal themselves in public. Some of the infected, not wanting to be thrown into quarantine, hiding throughout the city, just trying to survive. Azazel was aimed at providing services to these people. They must have rejected Reunion's proposals. Doctor, I previously mentioned that we're all sick, right? This disease will claim our lives, but it also grants us with... You don't need the with in there. But it also grants us extraordinary powers. For example, I can use Originium arts without the aid of a staff. However, this disease does not only destroy our bodies, it also destroys any chance we have at living a normal life, or rather, civilized society strips everything away from us. Ah, second-class citizens, great. Chernobog has been the shining beacon of this civility, fearing, hating, exiling, and purging the infected. Racism! And this is how it ends. The only thing is how many infected were even given the option to choose between us, Reunion, or some other organization. Most of them simply lost everything. Perhaps this clinic was a warm place that some of them could call home. There's no cure for uropathy. At least right now, the infected can only die in despair, and their bodies become new sources of infection. With their abnormal powers and fatally infectious disease, the infected are the most hated people on this planet. Doctor, you probably won't be able to understand everything just based on my brief explanation. Ah, yes, amnesia. But when you see the consequences of these problems with your own eyes, you will understand. You'll see the harsh reality surrounding the infected. Rhode Island emphasizes equality for all, whereas Reunion is fanatically infected-centric. However, organizations like ours are a rare sight. I can understand why you're angry, but it's hard not to sympathize with this little clinic. I see. Perhaps they really ended up facing a bigger crisis than they could handle. In any case, we should leave our anger behind along with this clinic. Yes, just abandon them. Let's keep going. Rhode Island is filled with good people. Though fear and hostility might create rifts between people, I believe that all misunderstandings will be resolved as long as we're part of the same family. So we'll make everyone infected. Perhaps Rhode Island is but another Azazel. Mia, let's go, Doctor. Okay, whatever.
I could do better.
Amnesia.
We can't get complacent just because we won.
Neural's the darling of the developers. It's time to get to work.
Hello.
Okay. We're being forced. The game is forcing us. Okay. All right. Select the control center. I recommend you upgrade the control center right away. Not that I have a choice. Confirm. Okay.
Infrastructure complete.
All right. I upgraded it. Yep. What do I do now? What game is this? Oh, Johnny, don't. This is Arknights. You probably don't wanna. You don't wanna. This is called Arknights. Point on the doll where they monetized you. Right here, in the crotchular area, Ben. That's where they monetized. That's where they monetized me. Okay, I updated it. What did you want me to do next? See the white flower thing in deplorable. That's Beanstalk's metal grab. It can help with blocking. Okay. Credit to the authors. They make the amnesia an important part of the future story. That's good. That's good. That's good, Willie. I'm hanging in there. I'm believing in you, Wooly. Okay? I'm believing in. Okay. What in the... Oh, is this a... Yeah, yes. Limited roster. Okay, this is a tutorial thing. Let's see if I fail this. Visibility low. Some rando teams. Phase 3. Another wave of enemies has shown up. Emiya and the others are not here yet. We still need to defend this rendezvous point. Really worry about them. I wonder if Instructor Doberman and others are safe. I just can't seem to contact them at all. Don't worry, Jessica. I'm sure they can rescue Dr. Hayden. The terrain here is not favorable for us. The enemy can easily strike at us from 2 directions. Just deploy a few operators in the upper lane and we will be fine. What does that mean? Okay. I'm gonna put a defender there. Wait a minute. I'm gonna put that up there. This is gonna be rough. This is gonna be rough, folks. I'm gonna wait on that. I don't know. I'm gonna... I'm gonna do that. Oh, holy shit. This is gonna be rough. Okay. Ugh. Ugh. Okay.
One step backward. Is it my turn? Watch this!
Down you go. Awaiting your orders. Clear. Everyone, follow me.
Ugh. Yikes. Oh, man.
That's it.
There.
Freeze!
I'm gonna cancel that. I don't even know. Where am I gonna put her? I'll put her here.
Safe here.
Got it. No move can escape my sight. Everyone, follow me.
I'll show them what I can do.
Oh boy, that top lane is looking rough.
You'll pay for that.
Hurry up. Even the dead can't save you.
First aid box is ready. The medication is here. Take it.
Good luck, Ben. Good luck.
Ansel, please check the casualties for me. We must prepare for the next battle.
Hello, Miro. Crouch Knights. The LOL. More like Plant Knights. Another Family Mart run. Sounds pretty fun, Miro. Yikes. She need to. Okay. Oh no. Oh boy. I'll put you up one more time.
I see. Thank you, Doctor. I've learned so much from you.
Okay.
Hello.
I would love to live in Japan. You tell yourself, Theory? Yeah, you have to eat at the konbini, that's for sure. Theory, have you been to Japan? Claim my missions? Oh. Yes, sir. Weekly missions. Campaign missions. Pinboard missions. Upgrade any operator skill to rank 3. What is that? Is that this? Oh, wait a minute. I will do a Mia. Oh, this is easier. This is easier. Oh, nope. I don't have damage devices. Damn it. No, I was mostly stuck in Canada for a long time, but recent traveling opened my eyes to wanting new places and removed that subconscious apprehension to drastic changes. Oh, that's good to hear, Theory. Yeah. Okay. Can I make damaged parts or whatever? Just out of curiosity. Chips. Is there like, where do I get the damaged blah 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 from? Anyway. A farmable item. Okay, thank you, Willie.
Hello.
Thanks. Okay, so Theory was mostly stuck in Canada. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Like, you'll often end up like sometimes getting stuck in a rut if you aren't too careful. So it can be a bit of a learning curve to overcome, you know, that anxiety that you might otherwise have. Oh my lord, what is this? Ow! Yes, I'm sure. Okay. Yes, okay. Claim. Yep. Yep. Uh-huh. Okay, claim. Okay. That's great. Okay. Get out. Get out. Whatever that was. I went in there, though. That was scary. I guess there's no events going on, right? So I guess these are skins, maybe? He's very pretty. Okay, let's keep going, though. Okay, what do we get from here? Please note that enemies coming from the southern path have higher defense. Higher defense. Okay. Okay. Higher defense in the south. So... Oh. Sometimes they use Roman numerals for phase 3, and sometimes they use the standard modern 3 for phase 3. They need like a proofreader and editor to go through their shit. Okay. What is your assessment? Let's just go for it. Yep, let's keep going. Let's keep going forward. Let's go. Let's go. Situation is clear. I trust Doctor's decision. But remember, you can't fully rely on anyone else in this world. Okay, black-pilled over there. I do like her outfit, by the way. If you're going to make a girl with big boobs, this is like that. Her clothing looks like her breasts are supported. She's like an old... She's Ane-san, clearly. Okay. Like, I don't really care. I hate dogs anyway. Okay. We're comrades in arms now. Okay, whatever. Yeah. Yep, let's hurry it up. Yep, that's right. Death catches up to you when you stop to take a break. Sure. Yep, that's true. Very cool. Very cool. They give her some good lines. They give Neural some good lines. But the way... This story feels so slow. I feel like I've been stuck in the city for, like, hours. Okay. I believe they said that there's more people coming in from the south. So... Let's put... Here?
Here I come.
Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, shit! Oh, no! I put it in the wrong spot! Can I reset? Can I reset? Can I cheat? Can I reset? Yes, sure. Yes. Okay. Shh.
I'm no stranger to running for it, but this is just too embarrassing.
Good night, Epic. What game is this? It's Arknights. Here. Arknights. It's on the phone, Johnny. It's a phone game. But I'm playing it on the computer, obviously. Okay. You all did not see that. Absolute fail. Absolute fail. Okay.
Stay focused.
Yeah, stay focused. Yeah. Okay. Alright. I think, if I recall correctly...
got this.
Hmm.
You've all done a great job.
Was that a mistake? I feel like that was a mistake. Ugh. Ugh. Ah! While we're screaming. Ugh. Oh, I don't like this.
Ready for Overwatch.
I don't like this at all. Oh, this is gonna... I should have put her down. I'm gonna fail! Oh, this is gonna be painful. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Okay. Close your eyes, Wooly.
Hey, why are you running? Okay.
Come on, say something.
What is that? What is this? What is this thing? I did something. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
I fight for the glory of Lateran.
Oh, I'm gonna fail. Oh, I'm gonna fail. Oh. Holy shit. What is that thing that I deployed on the field, though?
What's up?
Wait a minute. Wow. Being stuck at work sucks. Wooly is literally vibrating. He's literally like, I can't help it. Strummer needs my help. He's going to be like speed running like that guy in the GIF. So you're fighting the homeless and some masked rebels. Oh, Johnny, do you want a rundown of the story so far? So the story so far is that there's a group of individuals who have rescued me from a hospital where some sort of experiment was done on me, and I now have amnesia. We've been running for the past, what feels like hours, beaten some mini bosses. We're in this town that we are in is undergoing a massive revolution led by people that are infected. These infected are tired of being oppressed, so they've decided to go out and kill a whole bunch of the evil, oppressive government who has been oppressing them because they are infected. Now, the people who are rescuing me are also infected, but they are not trying to run a revolution as far as I can tell so far. They are using their infected powers for the good of humanity, and I'm controlling them and telling them how to use their powers. But the Reunion, who are trying to take over Chernobog, are basically out there looting and destroying like evil people. And we are just trying to extract ourselves. We aren't trying to save the city. We don't care about the city as far as I can tell. Like, we just got to keep moving because there is a catastrophe happening at the same time. And that is the story as I know it right now. So we are trying to outrun a catastrophe while there's a city undergoing a revolution of infected people who are technically our people, but they've gone crazy and they are just killing infected who stand in their way or regular non-infected people. And our people are apparently good. Yes. Isn't that a Slovakian war god? Good question, Ben. I think there's a lot of different things that they're pulling on. Yeah. Wow, Miro is keeping tabs on my wins and losses. Great. That's great, Miro. Love you too. Charge. Huh? Who's there? So this is a reunion. This is bad people, supposedly, so far. Could just be a Titan disinformation propaganda. Where are you looking? Take this. Ah! Phew. Reunion's forces are regrouping behind us. They're getting ready to attack. You can't keep pace with us. Keep charging. Running. Running. We're almost out of Reunion-controlled territory. Don't stop moving. These trifling thugs can't hope to stop us. I wonder if she has plot armor to go with her actual armor.
Regroup. I'll look out for the remaining enemies.
Okay. Ori Rock. Fantastic. A bunch of homeless made it through. Shh, Johnny. Shh. You will need at least 3 melee operators to block all the enemies. Oh boy. Okay, let's look at... Let's look at my squad here. I think I will... I will up her a little bit. I know Wooly told me not to level people, but I'm doing that. That's a bit too painful. She's in my squad, for goodness sake. Probably should bring her up a little too. Willie's probably like freaking out over there. Sorry, Willie. Not very good. Well, there you go. It is what it is. It is what it is, Wooly. This is not a min-maxer player. I may have... Fine. I won't do the other ones. I won't touch the other ones. Although Beanstalk is kind of cute. Let's just give her a little level up. Okay, she has cute ears. Okay. We're just a little leveling.
Understand what I've learned.
Okay. Okay, I'm not touching anymore. But do I have enough melee in here? I feel like this is not enough melee, right? This guy is melee? This person is melee. This person is melee. I feel like the squad should work. 1, 2. The sword person. Just ask Graha. Hayes is decent. Okay, well. I'm not looking for like absolute min-maxing here. Not yet anyway. Give me some time. Okay. All right, so we need 3 melee operators to block all incoming attacks. Oh, this is not going to be great. Phew, we finally lost them. If we keep up the pace, we'll be out of the central region shortly and arrive at the southern exit. Wow, can't believe. It's starting to get noisier and more chaotic. It might be because of Chernobog civilians trying to evacuate the city are running into Reunion. Yikes. It seems like a few districts have already been vacated, but those who didn't make it in time are now being held up by Reunion. We're going to keep going. This place used to be a magnificent, sprawling plaza. Now it's been reduced to ruins, missing space. This city tormented the infected. To meet their end this way is almost poetic. Almost. You seem quite sentimental. Perhaps at one point. The sky's getting even darker. Even the air has the smell of something burning. Great. What are you doing? Civilians. I can't hear anything anymore. You can't tell who they are from this distance. Reunion is attacking them. We can't leverage the terrain to our advantage here. We don't have the capacity to save everybody. We gotta keep moving. Life is very precious to me, each and every one. Regardless, we're already too late. After all, we're in for some trouble ourselves. We can't catch a break today. Kill them all. A large number of Reunion forces are coming through the exits. Get ready to fight our way out. Okay. 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 All right. So we're going to put this guy here. Uh-oh, wrong part. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man.
I've got this.
Whew. That was close. That was way too close.
Ready for Overwatch.
Okay. All right. Now I'm going to sit here for a bit. Maybe put this down while we're at it.
Run away soon.
I'm on fire!
Roger. Like a shadow. I'll show them what I can do. Ikuya?
Hey, why are you running?
I'll show them what I can do.
Oh, here we go.
I'm right here, Doctor. Are you afraid of me?
Gotcha.
Meow. How to meow like this?
I fight for the glory of Laterano.
Wooly, I don't think any character in this game makes a meowing sound.
Not one step backward.
Yeah, you've all done a great job.
You'll pay for that. Freeze!
That's a good question, Johnny. I don't know. This is very early on in the game. I'm not sure. I'm going to be honest, Johnny. This game is not like most mobile games. It pushes you into in media res and is just like oh, we're doing this and we're going to keep running. And it's just, it like you, the proper narrative way of going about introducing stuff through exposition is just not here. It's just not here. But I understand why they don't do it, because most people are stupid and they can't appreciate it. So, I mean, it is what it is. Wait a minute. This battle takes place on Chernobog's main street. Please at least have 4 melee operators in the squad. What? Oh dear. Do I have 4?
Hello.
I'm afraid we're going to have to remove this bro and put in another, put in Fang. Fang. Yes, Fang should work.
I'm ready.
Okay, we need, we apparently need 4 operators. Okay.
Stay focused.
Okay.
Straight ahead.
Okay. Doctor, please carefully consider strategy. While we're short of hands, at least 4 melee operators are necessary to form a defense line. Take caution.
We're doing
Okay.
it. Here I come.
Okay.
In position. Understood.
Okay. Got that. So what I'm going to do here is actually put Hayes down here. And put Emiya down here.
Yeah, you've all done a great job.
Enemy spotted. Prepare to fight.
I'll definitely prove myself this time.
Hmm.
傷も痛みも僕が消してあげるよ。
Meow. How to meow this?
My resolve rise with my spear.
You can! I'll show them what I can do.
Everyone, follow me.
I'm right here, Doctor. Are you afraid of me? I'll show them what I can do.
Everyone, follow me.
指示に従うよ。体に違和感があったらすぐ教えてね。
This poor little crab creature.
I'll show them what I can do.
Prendi questo!
Here we go. Careful, kittens. Don't lose your picture.
Everyone, follow me.
I think I'm doing pretty well, all things considered.
Hmm? You think you're faster than me?
I think I've been doing okay so far. So the game is called Crouch Knights. I can't find it on Google Play. No, I'm sorry, Johnny. It's called Ark Knights. Ark. ARKNIGHTS. Here. Ark Knights. Ark Knights. Here.
I really did it? I managed to protect everyone by myself.
This dude's a beast. Is Dracula making you cry, Ben? I should be able to get on this week at some point. Johnny, do you think this game is kind of your style? That's right. If you're able to perform well in these battles, you'll be able to greatly reduce the Emery's operational strength. Right now, we need you to personally command these important battles.
Hello.
Tap to enter the terminal. Okay. Tap regular tasks to enter the task page. Tap to enter the world map. Oh, Lord. Oh, this is much. Okay. Select the Ursus region and go to the objective selection page. Select an objective to view its details. Annihilate the large number of Union mobs in Chernobog. Watch out for the leaders patrolling the area. DP will not regenerate naturally. Don't even know what DP is. Even if there were one enemy last time, you may still use PRTS to fight for you, and sanity will be refunded based on the number of remaining enemies, so no need to worry about that at all. Please feel free to try and experiment. The more enemies you defeat, the better your milestone rewards will be. However, each milestone reward can only be collected once. Let's collect. Oh, okay. So it's all dependent on how many people you kill. Okay. So we go here, we go here, go here. I feel like this kind of information is just crazy. Okay, so we're going to go to Ursus. Going to go to Chernobog. No data, so looking at this list is basically useless. Map. Ugh. Interesting. Okay. Well, we're just gonna try this out, okay? We're just gonna go in here. I got the 411 down on the Shiznit.
Operation commencing.
Yeah. Ben is actually fantastically good at shit like this.
I've got this.
Okay.
I can't wait any longer.
Was that a mistake? Probably. Probably. Put her this way. And I'll cover her this way.
Okay.
Oh boy. How does CP... Oh, okay. Okay.
Not one step backward.
Not sure how CP is being regenerated, but here we are.
I'll definitely prove myself this time.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so... Oh boy.
I'll show them what I can do.
Should have probably put the healer down. But here we are.
Still not my turn yet? Hmm? Locked on.
Freeze!
Yeah, you've all done a great job.
Out and about. Yo, 想像を通さないよ。いつまで待てばぶっ倒す。Standing by. 準備万端だよ。Meow.
Come on, don't make me yawn.
CP is being generated. That sounds illegal. It does, Ben. It does. Yes. CP being generated does sound like that is a mistake. For sure.
傷も痛みも僕が消してあげるよ。
Don't get carried away. 準備万端。当たらないよ。Not one step backward.
I'm feeling pretty confident at this stage.
I'll show them what I can do.
Yeah, you've all done a great job.
I'm just wondering if there's a way to like cover both. I'll do that. I won't use that yet.
Not one step backward.
FBI, open up. So what plans does chat have for this week? I bet Ben's plans are to continue working on Dracula. That's for sure, probably.
Don't get carried away.
I feel like I missed opportunity with that placement there.
I'm right here, Doctor. Are you afraid of me?
Oh boy.
I'll show them what I can do.
actually, so far has been pretty good. Oh. Actually, I'm not going to use his healing ultimate yet, just because.
I will follow your orders. Gotcha.
Wooly is home. Wooly, I don't know how to say this, but I'm playing some sort of thing in some sort of place called Ursus. I have no real knowledge of what I'm doing here, okay?
Here we go. Careful, kittens. Don't lose your mittens.
The sea doesn't kind of like recreate like normal. That's all I can say. Weekly pulsar currency source. Oh, okay. Well, we're just chilling in here. This is my first run, so I have no idea what's going on. I feel like I've made some mistakes. You could probably already see a couple of them. But it is what it is. We're working with what we got here.
You've all done a great job. Locked on.
But she will probably die, and then I can put... Yeah.
In position.
Yeah. So I'm going to get one person in there, I think. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's rough. Okay.
Here we go. Careful, kittens. Don't lose your mittens.
Hey, why are you running?
Not one step backward.
I'm gonna put... I don't have much in terms of, like... I'm pretty sure... Oh, wait a minute. I could move Haze up to the front, up to the top, actually. This might work in my favor. I just gotta hold out.
Hey, why are you running?
Yeah. It's gonna...
Locked on.
Ugh. Oof. Ooh. Oh no. Oh, my poor boys. I just don't care about putting her down. Is that terrible of me? Okay, so I'm gonna put her over here. And I'm gonna put her as backup.
I'm right here, Doctor. Are you afraid of me? Not one step backward.
Amiya's gonna go down. Those flamethrowers of darkness. I'll put her here. Yeah.
Understood.
Oh. Okay. The little sprites are cute. Yeah. Okay, so I got 106 kills.
Let's see how far you can get.
Okay. How did I go? Lay it on me. Collect. Okay. Not gonna lie, chat. I could find that mode kind of addictive because there is an aspect of it that is more thinking about how can I do better next time? How can I place my stuff better next time? What kind of people could I level up to put in there next time? I think I'll definitely return to that mode. That is very cool. I actually found that to be fairly fun. I think that was pretty fun. Now, I may have daydreamed it, but over here... Oh, so this is what you would farm, right, Wooly? A damaged device. But it's guaranteed under stage 2-3, so I just gotta brute force my way to stage 2-3. 4 melee operators. I think I have them. 1, 2, 3. Maybe we should take Matoi Maru out and put in Yato, maybe? Or Bee Hunter? Maybe we try Bee Hunter. Get into VC. Did we set it up so that... Wait 1 second. I just don't want your voice to be heard on the stream. So I have to check the audio mixer. Well, you might... Hopefully your chat will tell me if your voice is being heard. You will refrain from autism? Okay. All right. Willie is going to refrain from autism. All right. Willie, can you say something so I can hear?
Hello.
Okay. Can chat hear Willie's very gorgeous voice at all?
Testing.
I can definitely hear Willie. Oh, Martin says he can hear Willie. Well, Willie, you are now on stream. I'm sure you can cope. All right, tell me, what is wrong with my squad? How can I fix?
All right, first things first.
Yeah.
You see the operators with 3 diagonal lines?
Yeah. Like Fang?
Yes, like Fang, like Kiave.
Yeah.
Like Beanstalk. All of those are vanguards. Their job is to be deployed first, produce deployment points.
Okay.
Which you then use to deploy other operators.
Oh, so I should put the slash people down first then. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now you should also look at these operators. Like pick Kiave.
Kiave?
Red-headed boss boy.
Okay. Yep.
tap on him so that it's focusing on him.
Yep. It says instantly gain 12 deployment points.
Yes, that's what happens when you use his skill. More importantly, look at the stat block. See the shield with the number 2 next to it? That's how many enemies he can block.
Oh, okay. Like up here in this corner here?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, wait a sec. Uh-oh. She can only block 1. Beanstalk can only do 1?
Yeah, Beanstalk is ranged. Like her job, like the blocking job is relegated to her little crab.
Okay.
Which is free once you deploy her, so
yeah,
they're a 2-in-1.
Okay. She's like a little summoner then. All right. So he can block 2, and then she can probably, like, what? Block 2 because of her beanstalk. Plume? What is Plume doing? Only 1. Yikes. Okay.
Yeah, but the point of Plume is not to block. She generates DP by killing.
Oh, okay.
So if you're on a level with a lot of those little slugs, what you do is you place her perpendicular to whoever is blocking so she can do damage.
Okay.
And generate DP by killing.
Now, if I'm putting her, like, perpendicular, by that, you mean... So let's say here's a grid. And you place the Vanguard person here. Do you place her here to go up like this? Or do you place her here to go up like that? 1 or 2?
The circle is your blocker.
So the blocker is right here.
Doesn't really matter, but they'll be on the side facing so they can actually do damage, because their range is only 1 block.
Right.
So take the leftmost block as an example.
Leftmost, like right here.
Yeah, I mean in the position you have right now, so the X would be the blocker.
Oh yes, yeah, yeah,
going that way.
So let's say
you'd want one like Plume on the Z or 2 position facing up.
So let's say the enemy is coming this way and the X blocker is standing here, facing this way.
Then you position. Oh, if that's perfect position.
Okay. Okay. So this is fine. Okay. But maybe better to put it in the 2 position, not the 1 position. Like put it in 2.
It's essential to put it in the 2 position, because in the 1 position they won't be able to attack anything.
Okay. Awesome. All right. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. So that's for the Vanguards and people like Plume.
Yes.
Okay. So do I need to get rid of somebody? Because...
Firstly, scroll all the way to the end of your units. Let's see what you actually... Okay, to the other side.
Yep. That's it. I'm a baby.
Alright. So, now I understand that you want to stick to male operators, but that's only an option that'll open up later.
Far in the future. Yeah, I imagine. Okay, so what kind of operator should I open with? I'm an equal opportunity at this point here.
In the early game, you should focus on your 3-star operators. Unlike a lot of gacha games, your low-star operators are actually your early and mid-game backbone.
Oh, okay. So I go down here?
So, as an example, on this screen, we have Fang, Adaniel, we have Hibiscus, and all the way to the end, Ansel.
Okay,
He's
so...
one of the best healers for early and even mid-game.
Okay, so Fang, Danielle, Hibiscus, and...
Your Plume is also pretty good.
Plume, okay.
Orchid.
Orchid. Who did you say was a really good healer?
Ansel, all the way to the end on the right-hand side.
Okay, Adnat. Oh yeah, the Yeah. The pale-haired Yuki Alphino kid. Okay.
No, he's an archer.
Oh.
All the way to the right. All the way to the right. He's still level 1.
Oh, little Ansel. Yuki. Okay, yes, Yuki. All right, right. What is that furry? Burn it with fire. Okay, keep going.
Now we have Ansel. He's a decent healer. Cruz right next to him. She's
Yep.
a very good archer.
Okay.
We have Spot. We have Beagle. We have Melantha.
Wait a minute. I need to put them all on my team?
No, I'm just pointing out useful operators.
Oh, okay.
Spot, even though he's a furry, and I'm loath to admit any virtues among them, he is actually quite good.
Oh, okay.
He can block 3, and while his skill is active, he's also a healer.
Oh, all right. We'll cope. We'll cope.
Yeah. Melantha can be a bit tricky to use. She's 1 block, but very, very high damage.
Okay. Okay.
That's as far as core goes. Now, the real big question is, do you want to simply unlock easy mode? Because you have it in the red cockroach you pulled.
I have it in the what? Oh.
Red cockroach.
Oh, the crazy woman, Weisschnackel. Where is she? Where is the crazy lady? Withsadel? Whatever. Yeah.
1 panel to the right.
This one here? Yeah. Okay. So wait a minute. What's my team at now? She's my number 9, so I need 3 more. They said I need 4 melee for this.
Not necessarily.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, you can, let's say, add in Haze.
Haze. Oh, yes, Haze. I actually like Haze.
She's all the way to the left.
Left. Haze. Okay.
You can flick it. Again, it's a mobile game, so... Imagine scrolling through 300 operators at this speed.
That would drive me insane. But okay, keep going. Wooly's fingers are like super muscled. He sounds like a Danish man speaking English. Johnny, we believe that Wooly is like the reincarnation of Liam Neeson. Yes, it's Liam Neeson. He has a special set of beliefs.
Okay, also, you can also take Amiya with you. She's going to be with you for
yeah.
a large section of the story.
Okay, 1 more.
And she's quite good as a starter.
Yeah. She's very, I remember to use her because I remember that she brings down defenses.
It's not that she brings them down. So if you look at the stat block on the side, you'll see the number with 61 in the case of Amiya, with a shield next to it.
Yeah.
And under it is a double rhombus with the number 10.
Yeah.
The shield is physical defense. The double rhombus is resistance.
Okay.
And the way it works is resistance is percentile. So Amiya resists 10% arts damage, while she reduces physical damage by a flat rate of 61. As in, if someone attacks her for 100, they actually deal 39.
Okay. That's like opaque as fuck, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the game is terribly tutorialized.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay. So like the difference between her, she's 61 and 10, and Hiave is 151 to 0. So he's more tanky, but he wouldn't have necessarily protection against magic or arts attacks.
Very, very different job.
Yeah. Okay. So I got 1 more room. Should we bring Beanstalk along?
Yeah, I mean, Beanstalk is always good to have. She's one of the better 4 stars.
Oh, let's throw her in here because I'm just trying to get the basic down first to like open up the basic levels. Okay, so this is my healer here, Hibiscus. And now, you told me not to level up characters. Can you explain to me why I'm not leveling these characters up?
Okay. Good night, Theorybind. Have a good one. The reason I was saying don't upgrade is not because you don't want to upgrade. It's because I couldn't see what you were doing on my tiny phone.
Oh, okay.
I have old man eyes, and it's a bit difficult to tell what's going on.
No problem.
Now, click on any one of the characters.
Yeah.
Also something very important to upgrade.
Okay.
Which is their skills.
Right. Okay. So I go to Adnakiel's operator training. I click on this, or do I click on this?
You just click on operator training.
Okay.
Now to the side is his skill.
Yeah, this thing right here, right?
Yeah. Now don't upgrade anything yet, because you are very limited on resources.
Right, okay.
In the early game, you don't actually want to upgrade willy-nilly. There's a very convenient breakpoint for a lot of operators at their 4th skill, and it's 7. 7 is max before... No, not relevant. Anyway. There are some operators you want to upgrade to their level 4 skill. For now, again, not relevant.
Okay.
Now you have Wizardel. If you want to employ her as basically your cheat code, so let's scroll over to her. Oh, never mind. You're in Daniel, so you'll have to go back one.
Right. Ah, the cockroach girl. Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay. All right. Here she be.
Yeah.
Why couldn't I gotten Logos? He was so much hotter. Anyway, let's keep going. So if I want to upgrade her, I click on the skill, right?
Yes.
Okay, upgrade skill. Upgrade.
So now, here's another important thing. If you see the skill, it says that it's offensive recovery. It means that you'll only gain basically mana to use the skill from attacking. Now, it's not much of a problem with her since she has a rather wide attack range.
Okay.
Only downside with her, she doesn't attack air units. That's where Cruz will come in very handy.
Okay.
Cruz is, no joke, one of the most deadly archers in the game.
Oh, all right. So, where is Cruz? Where is she? Here. Oh, wow. This cute little girl. Okay. Next attack shoots 2 in a row, dealing 100% of attack and physical damage with each shot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, also another important thing to note is their attack range.
Right here, right?
Exactly how many tiles, yes. You can see exactly how many tiles they affect.
Wait a minute. Let's see here. Wow, Wisdale has... Yeah, you're right. She has those extra 2 over there.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
Upgrader should have even more range.
Oh, okay. Wow. All right. Right. Alrighty. So...
The only problem with 6 stars is that, especially in the early game, they are prohibitively expensive. That's why I'm saying focus on 3 stars, a few 4 stars, and then you move into the 6 stars.
Okay.
Sadly, the way Hypergriff balances their game, their 5 stars are in a very uncomfortable midpoint. They cost almost as much as a 6 star to upgrade, and they're not as powerful.
Oh, okay.
Could you just go back to the home screen for a moment?
Yeah, sure.
Now, since Arknights is a live service game, there are things that you should be doing daily. One of them is tap that little blue recruitment button.
Uh-oh. Should I...
It's not gacha. It's free. Well, free, I say, but
Oh,
it's a fairly abundant resource.
interesting. Oh, right. Okay.
It's important to make use of this, especially since you are so early. Don't. First, maximize the time to 9 hours. You can just press once on the bottom.
Oh, I see now. Okay, yep. Now I'm going to do I need to choose the 3 tags?
You don't want to select 3, you want to select 1.
Oh, okay.
So in your case, I'd say, honestly, it doesn't really matter at this point, except for starter, because starter will limit it to 2 stars.
Okay.
So pick whichever one you want.
Okay. Just going to caster. Press this.
Just tap it and tap the blue button. You'll see that it will cost you one of these black like ticket thingies.
Yeah.
Use the second one.
Yeah. Oh, okay. This is different. We got a guard, a sniper, supporter, defender, and vanguard.
Yeah. I don't know, pick sniper. Maybe you'll get a cruise potential and upgrade her a bit.
Okay. All right.
The nice thing about Arknights is that, unlike in a lot of other gacha games, one copy is enough to fully unlock a character's potential. They don't actually need multiple copies.
Oh, okay.
Alright, Mirogos. Have fun buying some more Dragon Ball.
Wow, his mom is like pushing him out to get some more. That's crazy, but that's good. Good luck out there, Miro. Actually loved Japanese bookstores. They were so good. Okay, so that's my first daily that I have to do. So recruit is my first daily. What's my other daily?
Managing your base. So...
this place. I think I can add more to it now.
Hopefully.
Let's see.
Check your missions. Maybe you should also get some building materials.
Wait a minute. So here.
There we go.
Should I build up or down? Doesn't matter.
Well, right now it won't really let you do much more beyond this, but yeah. You want a dormitory and you want the connecting corridor in the office.
Cleanable.
Don't upgrade it yet.
Okay.
You want to build the office first.
Okay. Where do I build the office?
Right there at the top. They have set locations, so it's not...
So is that the
right side.
Like this thing here? The reception room?
Reception room, yes. This will unlock a semi-social feature.
Okay.
Yeah. Select build.
So now I got a reception room.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do I put an operator in there?
Yes.
Okay. I should turn off.
Right now you're in build mode. So
yeah, now I'm
select the control center, see if you can upgrade it.
Uh-oh. Oh no. I'm locked in, Wooly. Okay, open the clues page. Oh no. Collect clues to earn credits. You can assign characters here and they will automatically search for clues. Tap here to see how clues are discovered. Oh.
Yeah, it's really not that complicated. You can really just click through it. You put someone here, they automatically start, start looking for clues. You're looking to get, clues from 1 to 7. You put them on the pin board. Once you have them all, you can just tap. It'll basically give you a bunch of credits which you can use to buy certain materials.
Okay. So I have to put like these people in, right? Because they have a higher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you have 12. Just as a matter
If you'd like, I can help. No trouble.
The system doesn't tell you this, but higher star operators are better than lower star operators.
Oh, okay. All right.
Tap there on the red, telling you new. These are some clues that you were given by someone else on your friend list.
Oh.
On the right hand side.
Oh, this is you.
Yes.
Ooh, do you have a? Is that a beautiful boy over there?
That is Logos.
Oh,
that's.
Wait a minute, you got Logos?
That's yes.
Lucky.
I forfeited half of my mortal possessions.
Okay.
But I got it.
Oh, wait a minute. No. I don't want to remove that. I want to add this too. Okay.
Yeah.
How can I send you clues?
Well, first you'll need to generate them, which will take some time.
Oh, okay. All right. So I just gotta wait. Okay, so they're searching.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Back out of here. Go back into build mode and see if you can upgrade your control center.
No. I need here.
Right, you're still missing a story component. Okay.
3, 4. Yeah. Oh, I can make that in the workshop. Okay. I see.
Yeah. I think we need some, I think it's called carbon sticks.
Hmm. Oh, yeah.
Until you get the story locked component, it doesn't really matter. So you can go back to the home screen.
Okay.
Hello.
Ooh,
now that I think about it, since you have a dormitory, put any operators you have that are tired in it.
Ooh, oh, yeah, that's a good point. Okay, I should check, because there were some that were wiped out. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay, here. Wiped out? Like, these have low, right?
Yeah.
So I can go like this. I'll replace her.
Where's the kotatsu?
Now, isn't there...
I very much appreciate the interior
You
structure
can put
of
up
this
with
room.
5.
It is conducive
No
to
reason
sound
to
propagation. Every
And when
time
it's
I
tired, you can just
offer a
put them in.
prayer, it will spread far
Oh
and
yeah,
wide.
this, if I put hibiscus in there, it helps improve the morale of the other ones faster.
The little Durin actually is one of the best.
The which one?
But only, Durin, little blondie girl.
Yeah.
She's actually better than hibiscus.
Oh.
If you look at the specifics of the ability, Durin gives a general boost, and if you like below her, you see Ansel. He gives a bonus to 1 operator. So you can basically have 3 resting, with 2 taking care of them.
Oh. I see. Okay, so we'll put her in there then. We'll take hibiscus out. And then we'll put him in.
I'm checking on the medical supplies here.
Okay, so we got 3 people in here getting helped. But this, I think, means that there's 1... Yeah. So I need to put a factory person in here.
Yeah.
Fang. Yeah.
I'm back.
Yes.
You can put
Everyone's
Gravel
here.
in if she's not tired.
Pardon?
Or Jessica. No, Jessica actually. If you look at the ability, you see it has pips around it. The more pips, generally, the better the skill.
Oh. Okay.
The people at Rhodes Island are nice.
Ah, she's so adorable. She's growing on me. But when you click on them, they do weird shit. Like this girl, she's like me IRL. She's mouthy and doesn't want to be touched. I'm leaving her alone. I'm leaving her alone. Okay. Okay, so number 1 daily is do the recruiting.
Operators on your base.
Number 2, shuffling operators around the base, making sure the morale is high. I should check my control center. Uh-oh.
Yeah, you can put people in there to upgrade their morale. Not their morale, their trust of you.
Who do I care about, though?
But you can put Amiya in. Put Amiya and Scavenger in. Amiya will make your trade center slightly better, and Scavenger will reduce the amount of morale that the base loses overall. So your operators will last in their job for a little longer. Now it's hidden behind your avatar. I'm not sure if it's active. But there should be a button being, yeah, there we go. So I would actually take yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's very good. Very good. They will slowly gain more trust, which will slowly buff them up a bit.
Yeah, so I thought I would put Wisdale in here because, like, I thought maybe I could get them up to like 10 or 15.
You want to get them to 100% at least.
Oh, okay.
That's for a very different system.
Okay. So we got that.
Not relevant now, but just getting it started.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the home screen.
Hello.
Alright. Tap on the archives. I want to see. There's a bunch of old events, and I'm not sure if you've unlocked the ability to get some stuff from them yet or not. Okay. Go to intelligence, one back, and then go to intelligence.
Okay. Sorry. Intelligence?
Yeah, back. What you're looking at is like a map of factions your operators belong to.
Okay.
Right now, since you've barely recruited anyone, the map is basically empty.
Okay. So there might be a bit of a lag, but you should see that I'm looking at the Rhodes Island thing. It says updated. And if I click in here, I see loads of people.
Yeah. So the people under Rhodes Island are direct employees of Rhodes Island.
Okay. Now, what were you talking about? Intelligence. What is that?
Okay. Go back. You have to go back like 2 or 3 screens.
Oh, intelligence. Okay.
Okay, on the right side. There we go. So click on Special Operations. Okay. Now go back. Okay, so we're looking to see if there's any record restoration that you have access to. I think you might actually have to play through those stories for that. So no, this isn't relevant.
Okay. But I would come here eventually?
Eventually, yes. Once you play through these through these side events.
Okay.
Another thing, it's probably not open yet. Anyway, go back to the home screen. There we go. So click on the terminal.
So I have this open. And I also have this thing open. Tough Siege, Aerial Threat, Cargo Escort, Tactical Drill.
Yeah.
And then I have Annihilation. Why do I want to do these over here?
Okay, so these are resources. From the right to the left, that was... so Tactical Drill is for experience material. Cargo Escort is for LMD. Aerial Threat is for skill books, which you will need for skilling up. Tough Siege is for red currency, which you are going to need eventually to upgrade chips in order to limit break your operators.
Okay. So basically they're just trying to get you to play every day. You should play a little bit every day. Okay.
I mean, again, this is a live service game.
Yeah.
Anyway, back out. Let's take a look at an actual level, and I'll try and show you how to try and approach a level.
Okay. Learn how to use roadblocks. Okay. So this might be a tutorial. Yeah.
Okay. Tutorial, okay.
Let's see what this is. Sometimes we may have an emergency situation and have to face the enemy with a limited number of operators. If you have sufficient DP, make sure you deploy operators as soon as possible.
Why can't everyone try to get along?
So, do I put it here? Guessing?
In position.
I'm showing you where to put it, yeah.
Ugh.
I won't sleep on the job. Take aim.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the time is by you, but I just want to get to a real level so I can sort of explain the logic of looking at a map and even not knowing who is going to what you're going to be attacked with. I'll try to explain the logic.
Oh, okay. Roadblock can block stuff off. Okay. P-R-I-T-S. Crits. Tap and hold a location for more details. Wait a minute. How do I...
It's down in your deployables.
Oh. Oops.
Sorry. I'll fight harder next time.
Nope, that one's on me. That one's on the doctor. How late are you going? Channeling party. Okay, yeah, Ben. Okay. After this. After...
Let's deploy the box.
I gotta deploy the box from... Was it in the bottom corner of the screen?
Yes.
Okay, let me see it.
If it's like what I'm seeing, then it might be hidden by chat.
Okay.
Why can't everyone try to
just
get
skip.
along?
Enemy
Top right
spotted.
is the skip button.
Prepare to fight.
There's a 2 times button. See it? Oh, I see it. Okay. Yes. Okay, I did it.
It
So-
will become a little more complicated in later levels.
Yeah. Okay. How late are we? Oh, it is getting late.
Hi! I'm Cruz.
Oh, I got a cruise token.
Be inexperienced, but I'll do the best I can.
Doesn't that mean I can upgrade her?
Yeah, although at this point I think it just makes her a little cheaper to deploy.
Okay. Alright. We'll call it. If it's late for me, it's early for you. No, it's okay, Ben. Ben's gonna usher me home. And he is right. I should probably start winding down. So I'm going to pause here for now, but I'll probably still get in touch, Willie. And maybe we can go over some more of the finer details.
We also need to go over the article.
The pardon?
Write-up I was doing about...
oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Sustainable ESG.
Okay. I have class tomorrow, but I think I could make time after class. We could hop in voice chat then. How long is it?
One side of an A4 page. Again, it's an early draft. It's not some manifesto.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. I can definitely be on tomorrow night after class. It will be earlier than this though, but like around the time that you would get home from work.
Yeah, well, that's when I'm free.
Okay. Awesome. Awesome. Let's do that. And we'll hear the A4 page of your words. Okay, this is good. This is good. Okay. I should be mentally reviewing my week, but I actually think other than my classes on Monday, I'm actually free. So we could definitely meet to talk about your writing and any other things. Okay. Okay. I'm going to sign off of Discord for well, not like anyway. I'm going to sign off for just a little bit, and I'll say goodbye to YouTube as well. So thanks everyone for coming and hanging. Good night to Ben. Anyone else left in chat? I don't know whom. Probably Wooly is in here. But anyway, it was good hanging out. I'm just going to exit out of here.